All right, I'm sure everybody feels like they're in a studio audience, and you kind of sort of are in a way. Welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, October the 1st, our first fall meeting. And as we start off all of our city council meetings, we like to start off with the singing of O Canada, best country in the world. And we've got a singer today, Victoria Kay. Where is Victoria Kay? Right there. Okay, Victoria. So I'd like to introduce you, if I could, before you sing. So Victoria Kay is a Niagara-based singer, songwriter, and performer. Maybe I could get you up to the mic, Victoria, so everyone sees who we're talking about, if that's okay. Put you on the spotlight. Victoria Kay is a Niagara-based singer, songwriter, and performer. She's appeared throughout Southern Ontario over the last 40 years. She's a powerhouse vocalist, having performed in live theater and branched out to jazz and blues. She has a solo album to her name. Victoria has appeared on stage with award-winning artists throughout her career. She's known for her diversity in singing styles. And this afternoon, we're going to be graced with her rendition of O Canada. So ladies and gentlemen, if you'd please rise as Victoria leads us in the singing of the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow. Holy moly. Victoria, on behalf of all of us here in council, at home watching on TV, we're grateful for your beautiful rendition, your personalized touch to the national anthem. Appreciate you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Victoria. Okay, next on the agenda is our land acknowledgement and traditional meeting opening. So we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us. I'd like to invite Brian Kahn, who's a local artist of Métis descent and an advocate in the Indigenous community, to share his testimony.
Tansi, Brian Kahn, Natishikashan, Niagara Falls no Wicked, Netaniska Wakamakandak, Ilene Wak, Mushkagewak, Métis. So hello and greetings to all. My name is Brian Kahn. I live in Niagara Falls, but my ancestors, they come from the north, from the far north. They are the Moose Cree, and I am Métis. So I'm going to start the meeting today with what is known as a traditional opening. And we don't know what your day was like as everyone gathers here in the meeting. Somebody may have had a fight with a spouse member, or someone may have cut them off as they were driving to the meeting. So if we all come together in a good way and a good mind, and think of all the great gifts that have been given to us by the Creator. So with that, I call to Kisimento, the Great Spirit, the Creator. And we are thankful to Him for all of the gifts that He has given to us. And the greatest of those gifts is the gift of Mother Earth. And through her, we are given additional gifts, plants and medicines that grow from the ground. And we are grateful to each and every one of them, for they nourish us and they heal us as we continue through our journey. We're grateful to the Tree Nation, because the Tree Nation, trees stand tall and proud, and they provide us with the materials to make our homes. Traditionally, they provided the materials to build our fires for staying warm and for our ceremonies. The trees and the forests and the lands are also a place for all the two-legged, the four-legged, the swimmers, the crawlers, the flyers. And we are grateful to each and every one of them. And when I think of all of those gifts that the Creator has given to us for us to use, we must be reminded that as we come across an item that we want to harvest, that we don't take the very first one that we see, whether it's a plant or an animal. We don't even take the second one that we see. It's not until we find the third that we realize that there is enough for those who follow behind us, whether it's those who follow the next day or those who follow for generations to come. And those are the teachings of my ancestors. We are grateful for the four winds that blow and the four directions that surround us. With that brings the change of season and new opportunities. At this time, it is a time of harvesting of those plants. And with that, we take one of the sacred medicines, tobacco, and we lay it on the ground as a gift to Mother Earth for giving us that opportunity to grow and nourish that plant or that medicine, which ultimately comes back to us. So we're grateful for that harvest that we have. Living in Niagara, we're surrounded by water, and the water is so important. It makes up a good part of our body. And it also provides us with refreshment throughout the day. But more importantly, it is through water that we have our very first homes. Before we were born, we lived within water, within our mothers. So we're grateful to that water. I look to the sky and I see Brother Sun. He's out there and he provides us with light and warmth. Whether he's shining bright or whether hidden behind the clouds, he's there and we know he's there and we're grateful to him. At the night skies, Grandmother Moon, she shines high and strong and bright. And we are grateful for the gifts that she brings to us. But with that, we are grateful how she influences our bodies and influences the waterways so that through Grandmother Moon, through the water, and through the women of our nations, that our future generations are born. We are grateful. And finally, I look to the night sky and I see the stars that are up there. And I am told that those stars are our ancestors. They're watching over us. They're guiding us. They're leading us along our journey. And so with that, I will say hi hi, thank you, merci, RC, Midwich.
Thank you, Brian. We appreciate you starting our meeting in this way, the traditional way. Next up, we are looking for an adoption of the council minutes from September the 10th, moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, approved. I got you both there.
The same suit on, doesn't matter.
Well, I didn't know. I feel like I'm seeing double. Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Strange have the exact same suit on. Everybody, I know I saw that. Giant Tiger had a great deal that day, and so it was excellent. Appreciate that. I got one too. Next up, any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. So you're all in for a treat. This brings us to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. This is the mayor's reports and announcements. So I'll try to get through it relatively quick. We start off with our obituaries and offer our sympathy to the families of Donald Briggs, retired platoon chief from our fire services, Eric Brown, the brother of Carlton Brown of our municipal works department, and Sharon Todd Bluer, mother of Jim Todd of our municipal works department. So we offer our sympathies to those families. On the happy birthday front, Kathy Moldenhauer, our general manager of recreation, in a different colored suit. Happy birthday, Monday, September the 30th, so yesterday. So events and announcements. We had the second annual charity barbecue, which took place this weekend at the Serbian Hall on off Montrose Road. You see some of the pictures under the grand pavilion that they have. I would like to thank all of the staff, our organizing committee, all the volunteers and everyone who helped to make it a huge, huge success. I know I was joined by a number of the councilors there. They were in that last picture. I was joined by Councilors Newestag, Pietrangelo, Strange, Patel, and returning Councilor Dabrowski that day. That day we raised 50,000 people. There you see the fire truck pull where we had teams pulling a 35,000 pound fire truck. And it was great. The event raised $50,000 for both the hospital and hospice, which we're going to be building in Niagara Falls. So very grateful for everybody's efforts. Look forward to next September where we'll have the third annual barbecue. Did we have comments from council on the barbecue?
You said you raised 50,000 people.
Oh, we didn't raise 50,000 people. We raised $50,000. So sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you for that. We had Rotary Lobster Fest took place at Club Italia last weekend. Of course, who doesn't like all-you-can-eat lobster? Right from the East Coast and made fresh. Big turnout for the Rotarians and good for them for all the great causes that they support. We had the Terry Fox Run. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Thompson, Peter Angelo, Strange, and Patel. And there you saw on stage, special award for Julianne Misk. Big crowd, great weather. The weather this year has been outstanding. And thanks to everyone who have participated. And of course, Terry Fox did make a trip right here to Niagara Falls City Hall. And we're grateful that we continue on the tradition with everybody doing the 5K. So thank you to everyone involved. We had a huge announcement. The opening ribbon cutting of the University of Niagara Falls, Canada. We were joined by the minister there, our MPP, and as well joined by Councillors Lococo, Patel, and Newestag. Thrilling opportunity for Niagara Falls. This is going to revitalize the downtown and the community. And there's a picture of the model of what they intend to build in the downtown. It's going to be an opportunity for thousands of students to live, study in the city, and offer an opportunity to attract and retain youth, something we've been after for a long time. It's been part of our strategic plans and initiatives, and we finally realized it. It took a long time, a lot of effort. We're now partnered with the biggest private university in the world, who offers a lot of programs all over the world. So we're very grateful that we're here. Yes, on that one, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's very exciting news. And we heard Cindy McLeod, who's the CEO of the university, just announce this, especially with the student housing. We're wondering where all the students are going to be living. And they just announced that they will have I think is it an 18 story?
Can we back up that picture I think, yes.
Story, I believe, with 800 rooms for student housing, as well as classes there, it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I think right now they have 5 programs. In Vancouver, their other university, they have 4 programs. They have 14,000 students in 4 programs. We have 5, and we have 7 more coming, including for medical as well. We saw the one doctor who got his degree in the Caribbean. He's actually living here, and we're going to see a lot of people getting their doctorate and other degrees, and they'll be actually staying here right in Niagara Falls after. So I think it's just amazing. And they were saying actually that the doctor is going to be taking on patients, the university students, and that as well. So really helping out and looking forward to it. You can imagine we have 1,000 students right now with 5 programs, and we get 7 more. So we have 12 programs. We're going to get a lot more students. So it's going to be great. That's less than a year. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, absolutely exciting. And Councillor Strange is referring to Dr. Poria, who's a graduate of Gus. And Gus has got 3 medical schools in the Caribbean. And the one, Saba, he graduated from there. And it's amazing, 60% of the doctors there are from Canada. And most of them end up in the U.S. So he came back to Niagara Falls. He's in the old CIBC building on Queen Street. And we're thrilled, and they're even hoping to open up a medical school here as well. So a lot of great things. If you get a chance, right now they're next door to City Hall in the Hatch building. They've got the majority of that building, but that's what they intend to build. And you probably already noticed the buzz of more people with backpacks and laptops walking around the downtown. It's changing the dynamic. It's going to be very exciting. So we're thrilled about that. Oh, don't worry about that. I'd rather listen to him than us. So yeah, we're good. You're good. Stay here. We're totally fine. A lot more noise comes out of this chamber than that. You're fine. Yeah. Next up, we had the Trillium Awards. I was joined by Councillor Strange, Patel, Peter Angelo, and Newestag at the Gale Centre, where we acknowledged some beautiful yards in our community, people who do a great job of bringing the parks into the community. I'd like to thank our chairs, our co-chairs. We've got Councillor Strange and Councillor Peter Angelo doing a great job with the team and our staff at nominating all these great properties and rewarding them for making the city more beautiful. Thank you for that. We had a Niagara Falls Art Exhibition Awards just recently this weekend. I was joined by Councillor Lococo, and that was the mayor's selection. I hope you like the one I picked. It was a bright, beautiful oil painting, and that was the mayor's selection. So There's a few other ones. I know my taste is in my mouth, as the CAO says, but I thought it was a pretty, that is the winning artist, Ukrainian artist, new to Canada, and very grateful to share his talents with all of us. We had the line of duty death ceremony on Sunday. I was joined by Councillors Newestag and Patel, and thank you to all who came as we acknowledged all of our firefighters who have died in the line of duty. And of course our Chief Zambito. Chief, thank you for being there. We also had on Sunday, the 90th anniversary of the Niagara German-Canadian Club. Many people know it as the German Village. Used to be on Kaler Road. So there I was with Walter Ostanek and Wayne, and they were playing a few polkas that a lot of people remember and enjoy, and grateful to all the Germans in our community who have brought so much. So thank you to all. I'd also like to thank Council for representing the city, Councillor Strange representing the city at the Riverhawk home opener puck drop, and as well for the Run for Niagara. Also like to thank Councillor Peter Angelo representing the city at the Station 4 Niagara District Firefighter Association meeting, and as well the Run for Niagara. Yes, and then we did have a couple of business openings. The Culinary Center Nostalgie had their grand opening, and this is on Ferry Street. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Newestag, so we're grateful for this beautiful restaurant with Slavic offerings. Great place to go eat some yummy foods. Also, we had, this is really exciting, Post celebrated the 85th anniversary of making shreddies in Niagara Falls. Post has been in Niagara Falls, used to be Nabisco, and before that the Shredded Wheat Company, for 120 years. They're still making cereal here. Everyone knows that smell, to wake up and smell that beautiful smell. And now we celebrate 85 years of shreddies. So we had a big event at Camiso's for Project Share, and what a thrill. Not a lot of companies have been around that long, and I think it's touched all of our, we've all eaten shreddies at some point. We had flag raising for National Day of Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day. That was yesterday. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, and Lococo, wearing our orange shirts, and we thank everybody for attending the meaningful celebration and flag raising and lowering. Coming up, lastly, we'll finish up here. Everybody should in their mail receive their city guide. These are delivered to every household in Niagara Falls on October the 17th. There's 35,000 copies. It's great. It's gonna, 35,000 copies, plus 1,000 at major city facilities and libraries. Gives you everything you need to know in the city. You know, I know Dale Morton was involved in helping us put this together here. Dale, thank you for you and your team. But these are available. That'll give you all of the parks in the community, the trails, services, everything you need to know city is in this guide at your fingertips. So thank you for all the hard work. And lastly, Spooky Awards. It's that time of the year. Free outdoor Halloween themed decorating contest. Last year, there were more than 50 properties participating. 9 awards are going to go to the spookiest residents in 3 categories. We've got $100 prize gift cards. You've got until Monday, October the 21st. You can register, go online, you can vote. Judging takes place the weekend of October the 25th. So go to niagarafalls.ca/spooky. Next meeting, Tuesday, October the 22nd, and thank you to everyone for your indulgence. So now, for many of you in the room here, for many of you people in the room here, we're here for some presentations. So the first one I'd like to do is the Greater Niagara Baseball Association, GNBA. We've got some champions in the house. So if I could call up our assistant coaches. Oh, thank you very much, Bill. Okay, see if it's on. I'll turn it on first. Yes? Okay. All right, here we go. If I can call up here. So first of all, we had some coaches. So I want to say, I know there's a lot of parents. There's a lot of family. There's the players, of course, and it takes a village, as we always say. And we're grateful for all the athletes that are here today. Because we're not just building athletes, we're building community members. And we do it through sport. And it's one of the great ways that we can turn these people into community leaders, and one day they're going to be up here running the city or running the schools or the police departments or whatever the case may be. So it's a pleasure to welcome our coaches. So if I could please call up Bruno Lizzotti first, head coach to recognize the accomplishments of the 13U Niagara Falls Falcons baseball team. And we've got some assistant coaches, Matthew Meager, Michael Manella, and Carrie Hedden or Hedden? Hedden. Carrie Hedden. Sorry about that. Yeah, we got something. Kind of cool, right? You're the first group together. Okay. All right. So first of all, here's how about a big hand for your coaches? And then we're going to have to ask the coaches to, maybe say a couple of words as well and talk a little bit about once we get all the players up here. We're grateful because it's tough. I know I've coached my kids in the past, and it's volunteer and it's thankless. And no matter what you do, every decision gets scrutinized. Playing favoritism or bad decisions or the way they think maybe they'd have done things a little differently. And so it's a tough, thankless position, but they put themselves out here for the greater good. And I'm grateful for that. We need good coaches. This outstanding team had back-to-back AA provincial championships in 2023 and 2024. They played together for 6 years. So I think it's safe to say there's some familiarity and good camaraderie going on amongst the players. This year, during the OBAs, the Ontario Baseball Association's championships, their team had a record 6 wins and 1 loss during the tournament weekend. At this time, I'd now like to ask the coaches to please call up and present their athletes with their individual champs pennant from the members of City Council. And I do want to point out this champ. Maybe you want to model that one, Vanna? These are new champs pennants, so it's a little something that we're doing this time. So I'm going to pass the mic over to the coach, and we're going to call up all the players. The players, what you'll do, you'll come right there at the gate, come in here, we'll shake, do a quick picture, and then you're going to come and stand up here in the circle. Everybody got that? All right, so it'll probably be alphabetical, so you'll kind of know when you're coming next. Or not.
Joshua Lagrataria.
Parents, if you want to take a picture of your kids, you can come right up here to the front. Like, you don't have to zoom from all the way. Just come on right up here.
Still $5?
It's $5, yeah. Per picture.
Joshua Robbins. Noah Rapp.
Need some WD-40 in those wheels.
Leo Manella.
You guys see what happened here? Look at that. See the other guy.
Jackson Lestraco. Luca Lizzotti. Ethan Goodman.
They're U13.
Who's taller? Who's taller? Who's taller?
Mace, pardon me, Macy Roberts. Owen Bender. Cole Meager. Jackson McLeod.
All right, well, so thank you, Coach. How about a hand for your champions? That's great. So coaches, we're going to make sure you all have your pennants as well. And for any of the players that aren't here, you're going to take them all. Yeah. Okay, they're all for you. And I would now ask the coach maybe give a little bit of the story of how we got here, a little bit of the drama and how they became champions. Coach?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe before that, if at all possible, just wanted to share a sincere appreciation for recognizing us here today. I think this is an extraordinary group of young athletes, young men and women, and certainly our volunteer coaches. None of this happens without them, so thanks to those folks. And certainly our success as a team, it doesn't happen without the dedication of our players. All good. Yeah, certainly the dedication of our players, the commitments from our families, and certainly from our coaches to show up for every practice and every game, and without the support of everyone here with the city. We're very lucky to get the support from you, Mr. Mayor, from City Council, so thank you very much. To our GNBA Executive President, Vito Scaringi, he's here tonight. Thank you, Vito. To Vice President Jeff Allen, to everyone at the board, the facilities that the city provides, the programming that the GNBA supports us with, and the support of everyone in this room, none of our success happens without everyone. So it is sincerely appreciated, and again, thank you for taking the time to recognize us. As far as the success, we had a great year. We went 45-4. We had great success, certainly locally, and our team, we were faced a few times being down and out, but they never gave up. And losing that first game in OBAs to Guelph, and then being able to come back and not beat them only once but twice was incredible. And I think we made a significant statement about the quality of baseball here in Niagara Falls. Over 100 years here. I love that we're a part of that legacy now. And like I said, they're a great group of kids, and they're very easy to coach. So, yes, that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, we're going to do a group picture now. So if anyone wants to get a shot, so we'll ask everyone to kind of, maybe a few tuck down in the front. I'll tuck down with you. Come on, parents, fire away. Everyone smile. No blinking. Awesome. Well done. Big hand for our players, our champions. Woo! And I hope you guys will consider sticking around for a few minutes as we recognize one of our GNBA executives. That'd be nice if you guys... We got another 10 minutes, and this part of the council meeting will be over, and then we'll take a break, and you can all leave. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. Except for the baby. The baby stays. All right, our next recipient I'm going to call up is Larry Landon. Larry, local legend Landon, if you'd please come up here, Larry. And I know you just had surgery, so I've got a chair up here, Larry, so I can get you nice and cozy.
Wanted to be a hockey player, right? Thanks, Marcel.
There's Marcel Dion.
I made sure I wore the Canadian shoes.
Tat, get a picture of that. All right, thank you to the Marcel Show. Thank you. Hey, we're lucky. We got one of the great NHL champions ever living in our community and being here tonight. How about a big hand for Marcel Dion? So tonight, so here we're about to recognize a local Niagara Falls athlete, coach, trainer, but more importantly, we're recognizing him for what he's done for hockey, for the Professional Hockey Players Association. Larry Landon, who he just had surgery here, and he's paying the price, right? Now he's got all the surgeries from all those years of playing sports. So he's going to sit, because there's a little bit to read about Larry. So we're so thrilled to invite Larry Landon here this evening, along with his family and some long-time colleagues, like Mars. We want to pay tribute to his long history, to the community, to the game of hockey, and to its players. His work with the Professional Hockey Players Association has come full circle, known as the PHPA. And you've probably seen their office on Portage Road near Five Corners. And a lot of people ask, what's the PHPA? Well, Professional Hockey Players Association. Growing up, he played minor hockey in Niagara Falls. He was awarded a hockey scholarship to RPI. How do you say that school?
I can't even say it, spell it. Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute.
Okay. And thanks to support from his high school guidance counselor, Phil Mazzone. He later went on to play in the NHL for both the Montreal Canadiens and the Toronto Maple Leafs. After his on-ice career, he got involved with the Professional Hockey Players Association, working part-time. When he became executive director in 1993, he moved the head offices to his hometown of Niagara Falls. It's because of this guy that it's right here in Niagara Falls. He led the PHPA through some incredible milestones, including the creation of an international benefits department, establishing a career enhancement program, an alumni assistance program. Larry served as the lead negotiator in the successful completion of 24 collective bargaining agreements, which saw a significant improvement for the players' economic status, their playing conditions, their health benefits, and their rights. Anyone who knows Larry knows he's about more than just hockey. He's about community. He's been on the board at Heartland Forest for many years, working with Dan Bowman. He's assisted with Heaters Heroes, Counselor Strange. He was the chair of the Hockey Canada Foundation Gala and Golf event 2022, took place here in Niagara Falls, where 50% of the proceeds from the event stayed right here in our community. At this time, I'm grateful to be able to present and ask Executive Director Brian Ramsay to come up and join me and say a few words. Yes, before he does. Do you see how this works in hockey? These guys take right over.
I know everybody thinks it's the Larry Landon show, but I want the PHPA staff to stand up. Please. Stand. Lenny. It was an honor to serve as your captain. Thank you. And before Brian gets up, I need to tell you a story about Brian. So Brian was the CFL executive director for 9 years before taking my position. He played in the CFL for 10 years. When you see him, you'll say, holy cow, he's a big man. But he aspired to be a jockey. And after disabling 12 horses sitting in their back, he decided to pursue football. And he played in the CFL for 10 years. So Brian, it's an honor. I've known you for a lot of years, and I know you did a great job, and you'd be a steward for the staff. Appreciate it.
All right. He looks like one of the kids on that U13 baseball team. Look at this. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, hey, Dad, could I get an ice cream cone, please? Wow. 6'8". Okay, wow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an honor to be up here and have the opportunity on behalf of the membership, the alumni, the staff, the team here, the friends, to congratulate Larry on his not only illustrious career on the ice with the association, the milestones that he's created, but the impact in the community. It's obviously evident with everyone in this room here today. His impact on and off the ice. I've been fortunate now to know Larry for almost 10 years as a colleague. And I've learned a lot from him in my previous roles, but I'm most proud to still be able to call him my friend. And that means a lot to me, and it means a lot to be able to be up here today and share this and honor him the way that he should be in this community. Larry, congratulations. Thank you.
So we're going to get him to stand for a few minutes. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Larry Landon for a long career, a legacy of giving back, and for thanking him and his friends and neighbors and from Niagara Falls for all that he's done for our community. Big hand for Larry, please. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a certificate to Larry. Larry, as you celebrate your well-deserved retirement after 33 years as the Executive Director of the Professional Hockey Players Association, thank you for your dedicated years of service and the numerous contributions you've made to our community and beyond. And I can tell you, every time I needed to call Larry, because some kid needed some help to play sports, some kid needed some help, Larry always stepped up with the PHPA. I know, Brian, that's going to continue our great relationship in the community. And we'd also like to present, on behalf of all of us, this beautiful framed picture of Niagara Falls in all its glory with the rainbow, the mist, and that'll be your reminder of the legacy you've had in Niagara Falls and also the love that we have for that beautiful water going over that rock. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Larry.
I just want to thank the mayor and council for such an honor being bestowed upon me. I want to thank all of you that are sitting behind these benches for the stewardship of this great city. Jim mentioned before the girls sang, "Oh, Canada's the greatest country in the world." I'm from the greatest city in the world, so appreciate everything you guys do, and I've spoken highly of Niagara Falls everywhere I played, so I appreciate all these are on council. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say congratulations, Larry. You're an icon here, and I know you were friends with my dad back years ago, and you started up this organization, and actually all these employees have your back, and you know what you did for the city was just amazing. And you know, Ryan mentioned the stuff that you did for the players and everything, which was unreal. But it's the stuff outside. You know what I mean? I watched it hand in hand, and I'm going to start crying. But at Heaters Heroes, you helped a kid, Dalton Jakes, helped him meet his idol, Sidney Crosby, and made his world. He's not here with us anymore, but you still come out and help the family and walk the laps with them, as well as Alex Louis, and so many kids that you've helped, and through Heartland Forest and everything. So thank you so much. And I don't know if a lot of people know, but he got traded for one of the best hockey players, well, the best named hockey player, Toronto to Montreal. Marcel, would you know who that person is? Would you know who he got traded for, Toronto to Montreal? Best French name in the best French name in hockey.
Who? I can't hear it. I'm deaf. Listen, the greatest thing does he ever accomplish? I had a building with Al Boone, and he painted that building during the summer, and this is when on his way to become a businessman, local guy, and you don't see how many players that he took care of. I'm so proud of you. We've known each other a long time, and he's from here, and we need more people like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's coming from Hall of Famer, like unbelievable, and we appreciate Marcel and all the stuff he's done and between the both of you, done so much for our community. And the name was Gaston Gingras that he
Thank you, and we've got Councillor Peter Angelo would like to also say a few words.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to, through you, thank Larry for everything that you've done to Niagara Falls or done for Niagara Falls. I think, Your Worship, it's more than just being a success with the PHPA. And I know Jim talked about Heartland Forest and the other nonprofits that you've helped out along your way. I know when you talk to Larry, he'll tell you the stories of how when he was young, someone paid it forward for him and donated equipment so that he could play hockey. And Your Worship, there's a lot of those stories, but it's nice to see that Larry never forgot how to pay it forward and always supported the nonprofits in our community. And Larry, I know you're going to be remembered for the PHPA, but it extends greater than just simply the PHPA. It goes into the community, and you're a very community-minded person. So it's a pleasure, Your Worship, to congratulate Larry and appreciate that he's from Niagara Falls.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ladies and gentlemen, Larry Landon. Woo. What a legend. Thank you, everybody. What a legend. And last presentation, let me just get my notes collected here. We've got one more local legend, then we'll start a meeting after that. We'll give you all the chance to leave. Don't worry, you won't be locked in here. Kid stays, though. The kid stays. The last local legend I'd like to call up is, please, Butch Sacco. If Butch would please come up here and join me. Butch the Mustache Sacco. So Butch Sacco, let's talk a little bit about Butch. So we're pleased to invite Butch to thank him for his years of service to the community through his involvement in the Niagara Falls Minor Hockey Association. For 5 decades, he was an extremely active player. Butch took pride in his passion to help minor hockey in Niagara Falls thrive and grow. Having first joined the board in the 1970s, he held several roles over the years, including convener and VP of the House League. Then in 1986, he was elected president and remained president until he retired in June of this year. This makes him one of the longest-running association presidents in hockey. He dedicated countless hours to the league and has been the driving force for boys hockey in Niagara Falls. He worked tirelessly behind the scenes throughout his career, and Butch was inducted into the Sports Wall of Fame as a builder in 2015. Like so many dedicated volunteers, he got his start as a House League coach, and he coached House League and rep teams before becoming involved in the association. He became involved as a general manager on junior level hockey teams in Niagara Falls as well. So at this time, I'd like to invite Vito Scaringi, involved in GNBA and minor hockey, to come up here and say a few words about Butch.
Well, what can I say? He's a legend in Niagara Falls, Butch Sacco. Probably one of the greatest volunteers we've had, and what else can you say, Jim? You did everything else. I remember many years ago, I think it was a few years ago, he asked me to join minor hockey, and I lasted 25 years with him. I learned a few things, and great friendship, and congratulations, Butch, you're well deserved.
Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we present to Vito this certificate. What's that? To Butch, sorry. Vito and I present to Butch this certificate. He said maybe next year. He's already dropping the hints. I wish to extend my congratulations to Butch Sacco as you celebrate 35 years of presidency with the Niagara Falls Minor Hockey Association. Thank you for your dedicated years of service and the numerous contributions you've made to our community and beyond. Please join me in thanking Butch for all of his work and commitment and his dedication for helping young hockey players in Niagara Falls. And on behalf of all of you, of all of us, we also present to you, Butch, the same beautiful picture of the falls with the rainbow, with the mist. And again, it's a reminder of all the years that you committed, all the time you put into this wonderful city, and this will be a reminder that'll continue on forever. Big hand for Butch Sacco, please. Well, and just before we just conclude, I'm going to ask Butch maybe say a couple of words. I don't know, the couple of standing O, either you guys, your legs are restless or you're really grateful. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Butch.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to thank all the coaches, volunteers, and all the executive members that I had the opportunity to work with for the last 35 years. Without their hard work and dedication, I wouldn't be standing here today. So I'd just like to thank them all. And my good friend Vito, he supported me throughout this 35 years, and again, I thank him. Thank you.
Gentlemen, teams, we were grateful for all that you do. And thank you to the mums and dads as well, and the coaches and the grandparents. And you're the ones that got to get out there to the practice. You're the ones that got to stay on them, encourage them, thank them, and dust them off when they have a bad game. So I just want to say on behalf of the city, thank you for building great citizens. And as Larry said, the best city in the world and the best country in the world. We're very, very blessed. We take it for granted sometimes, but we live in a great place and a very special place. So I'm just going to take 5 minutes to allow you guys to vacate if you like, and or if you want to stay for the rest of the night, you're more than welcome to. Thank you very much. Baby's sad that it's over. Chipper. Wow, there's nobody left. Of mine? All right, looks like we are ready to resume after all that excitement. And so just before we start the planning, I know our city clerk would like to say a couple of words around the city council's procedural bylaws. And so we'll ask our city clerk to say a few words, please.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So just to carry on from the motion, that one of the motions that was made at the last meeting about the 5-minute rule for speaking. I know that historically we've been enforcing that for members of the public, but I also want to remind council that procedurally it also applies to a member of council. If they want to speak to a matter or in reply to a matter, that they have 5 minutes, including comments from staff and the staff responses to council. Even before that, just a reminder even to the chair, Your Worship, about getting a mover and then a seconder, and then that's when we would open up debate or discussion. I think quite often members of council are quite eager to discuss a matter, and sometimes we jump a little bit ahead before we even get a seconder on a motion. So we will have the clock in place tonight. It may be a bit of a test run this evening. We'll have some further education, perhaps at an upcoming in-camera session on the procedural bylaw, but this particular part of the bylaw we are looking to enforce in attempts to streamline some of these longer meetings that we've had.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. So you heard, so from now forward, I'll need a mover and a seconder before we even start a discussion on anything. Okay, we're going to do similar to what we do at the region, and that does follow our own procedural bylaw. We need to do a better job, and the rationale is because our meetings have been going too long. And quite frankly, we're not following our own procedural bylaw rules, and we need to do that for everyone's sake. So we don't need to have long meetings, we need to have better meetings. Okay, so I would now ask our clerk to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
All right, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw and a plan of vacant land condominium to accommodate 10 townhouse dwelling units at 4257 Montrose Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on August 30th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Nick DeBenedetti, our Planner 2, to provide an overview of the report and explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed draft plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Mr. DeBenedetti, floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, members of council. We're here to discuss a rezoning bylaw amendment application and plan of condominium AM 2024-010 and 26 CD 11-24008. Applicants Frank Constantino, agent Emilio Armando, and proposal is for the development of 10 townhouse dwelling units in 2 blocks. The proposal, the application is rezone the subject property to a site-specific residential group multiple R4 zone to permit 10 townhouse dwelling units in 2 blocks. The official plan designation, the subject property is designated residential in the city's official plan. The proposal is located within the built-up area among existing residential uses located along an arterial road and complies with the allowed 21 units per hectare. In the zoning, the subject property is currently zoned residential apartment 5B zone in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200 as amended by site-specific bylaw 2003-131. The property is located at 4257 Montrose Road, right in this location. Again, Thoroldstone Road is to the north, Alpine is to the south. The old Casino Associates parking lot is across the street, and it's a vacant lot located in this area. The elevation plan just gives you a perspective of what they're proposing with the porch in the front, with the entranceway, with the garages, and the windows on top of the garage. And then the rear gives you a view of the walkout area and the rear part with the windows and everything at ground level. The requested zoning relief, it's basically reducing the front yard depth from 6 meters to 5 meters and the rear yard depth 7.5 to 4.5, reducing the minimum interior side yard from 5 meters down to 3.6 to the covered deck, and to the covered decks being permitted in the interior side yard. We're increasing the lot coverage from 35% to 45%, reducing the privacy yard depth from 7.5 to 6.7, and 3.6 to the 1 unit right in this corner here for allow for the sunroom. And we're increasing the projection of the roofed over 1-story porch from 2.5 to 3 meters. Open house was held on July 22nd. There was no members of the public in attendance and no comments were received. The planning analysis. The proposed development will redevelop an unutilized lot, which is located within the built-up area located on Ontario Road. The proposed infilling housing type will assist in achieving the minimum 50% residential intensification annual targets in the built-up area, which is increasing the density on the subject lands. Property will utilize existing municipal infrastructure, and the proposed townhouse development dwellings allow for a traditional arrangement of built form, appropriate housing design, outdoor amenity area with setbacks, and the townhomes are consistent with the existing housing located on the west side of Montrose Road. So the recommendations, council approves zoning bylaw amendment and vacant land condominium as recommended in the report PBD 2024-41.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. De Benedetti? Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. De Benedetti. I got that right this time. In the report, it says it's 1 story, but the pictures have a 2nd story. Is it 2 stories?
It was the updated drawing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it going to be?
It's not a 2nd story, it's a roof, it's a false window in the door level.
Okay.
It's a 1-story building as a Nick put it out.
Great, thank you. And it also talks about that the basements are going to be unfinished. Will the basements be built to code if they were going to put bedrooms in the basement through the mayor?
Yeah, they would have to, through the mayor, yeah, they would have to satisfy building codes if they're going to be putting additional living area and bedrooms in the basement.
Thank you, through the mayor, but will they be built to code now when it's being built, that it's unfinished? And say a year from now they want to put in living quarters, bedrooms, will they have to be built to code at that time or when they're built?
Well, through here, they would have to obviously, like if you're looking at extra areas of egress, then they would have to satisfy the code for extra egress. So correct me, is it going?
May I?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have time for you to come to the mic afterwards. So these will be questions we can save for when the developer comes up, and then we can have those questions.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
thank
they
you.
would have to obviously be built to building code. If they're looking at doing it, you make logical sense. It'd be better to rough it out now ahead of time than to wait down the road.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. For the snow clearing, will it be pushed at the end of the road? There's properties behind. Will the drainage be an issue? Or will that be a developer question as well?
Well, they would have to, through the conditions of the vacant land condo, they'll be further evaluated. So there's obviously through our current review, obviously all of the water has to be contained on site. So if there's going to be additional, if they're going to push the snow along there, the swales would have to capture it and then catch it and make sure it's contained on site.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know. Okay, thank you. Any other, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just simply want to say thanks, Mr. De Benedetti, for the presentation. Your Worship, it's a great use of the land. We have a very reputable builder who has done this style of buildings elsewhere in the city, and they all come out magnificent. I'm happy to move approval whenever the meeting is closed.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll come back to you when the time comes. If there's no further questions of council, thank you, Mr. De Benedetti. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting may result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered?
There was one person that registered, and I don't see him in the audience, so you could go to anybody that's present that would like to speak.
All right. Is there anyone who here other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, city staff. I think Nick did a wonderful presentation. I'm certainly here this evening to answer any of your questions. I'd like to maybe add a bit more input to Madam Councillor's questions. Generally, the builder would apply for a building permit for the unit, and your basement unit would be under a separate permit. Window sizes are 3'7", so window sizes would be designed to accommodate any egress issues commonly out of a basement, so that'll be accommodated. As far as snow removal, Nick pointed out the notion of under the draft plan. Likely there'll be some removal of snow given the constraints of the site, but along the peripheral, along the west side of the property, there's a drainage swale that runs along the complete perimeter into the right-of-way where the storm easements are, and that'll capture any water that might migrate westward. So, with that said, certainly, Mr. Costantino, if you want to add anything, you're welcome to add something. Yeah. So
Okay,
that
that's
said,
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor, members of
Any
council.
questions for Mr. Raimondo of council? No? Yes, Councillor Patel.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to commend that it's a beautiful development. It's wonderful design. It's one of its kind. I have not seen a single-story development yet. As a councillor, this is a wonderful development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Patel. Okay, yes, Councillor Newestag.
And also, through you, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
and Mr. Raimondo, I would like to say.
Microphone, please, Council.
Oh, sorry. I fully support the development, so I'd like to second it passed from Councillor Pietrangelo. I think it's a great use of underused a parcel of land in our city. It contributes to the city's intensification, diversification options available. The location is great because it has all the amenities there. I think it's wonderful, and I want to thank the developer, Mr. Constantini, and his family for investing in our city and providing more housing because we need it. So thank you, and thank you for the great design. Fully second it.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. All right. The public meeting with respect to the proposed plan of vacant land, condominium, and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Looking for a motion. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you very much, folks. Have a great night. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, please introduce the next item on the agenda.
All right, another public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to facilitate the internal renovation of the existing buildings to accommodate 24 residential units at 4473 through to 4479 and 4499 Ferguson Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on September 11th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now call on Mr. Chris Roomy.
Just Room.
Room, okay, Room. You know, I knew it was 50-50 and I got the wrong.
I get it a lot.
Yeah. Drop the E, okay? If you love it, you're glad you. I'd like to ask Chris Room, our planner, to provide an overview of the report and explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, staff, and any area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for application AM 2023-035 for the property 4473 to 4479 and 4499 Ferguson Street. This application proposes to redesignate and rezone the subject lands to a special policy area and site-specific R5C zone to permit the interior renovation of the existing apartment buildings to accommodate a total of 24 apartment dwelling units. The lands are designated residential in the city's official plan and are within the medium-density residential designation on the transit station secondary plan. A density of 128 units per hectare is proposed where 75 units per hectare is permitted, and the lands are currently zoned as neighborhood commercial within the zoning bylaw. The lands are located on the north side of Ferguson Street, west of Hickson Avenue, and are currently occupied by an existing apartment building and a vacant former restaurant. The surrounding uses include a detached dwelling and a light industrial use. This slide just illustrates the site plan showing the proposed layout. The proposal doesn't include any additions or alterations to the footprint of the existing buildings as the renovations will be entirely internal. The parking stalls have been identified to account for the increase in units, and I'll just note that the paved area there is currently existing. The stalls have just been added to demonstrate that they meet or almost meet the requirement. There are a few departures from the zoning bylaw that have been requested to facilitate the proposal, including permitting 2 apartments on 1 lot, a lot coverage of 30.7%, a rear yard setback of 0.69 meters, a 0 meter exterior side yard setback, a landscape open space of 6.37%, and a total of 33 parking spaces. Most of these proposed site-specific provisions are considered to be technical in nature, as they're being requested to address the existing site conditions on site. And with the exception of the parking, which is only a minor departure in the zoning requirement, 34 spaces are required. They've provided 33, so no negative impacts are expected there. A public information open house was held on July 9th and was not attended by any members of the public. 1 written submission was submitted by a member of the public who raised concerns regarding adequate sewer and water capacity and the increased potential for flooding. With regards to the sewer and water capacity, the applicant has submitted a functional servicing report that recommends that services be upsized, and engineering staff have not identified any concerns with regards to capacity. And for the increased flooding potential, the layout of the site isn't proposed to change at all, meaning that there will be no impact to stormwater runoff. The existing asphalt surface will not increase in any size, and additional landscaping can be requested through site plan to assist in the absorption of any runoff. In conclusion, staff recommends that the council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to redesignate the lands to a special policy area and rezone the lands to a site-specific residential 5C zone to permit the renovation of the existing structures on the subject land for additional apartment units subject to the regulations detailed in report number PBD 2024-042. And that concludes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Questions of council for Mr. Room. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Room, I had one question. It talks about verification that the buildings are seismic, barrier-free. I've never seen that term on a report. Why do they need to be seismic?
Through the mayor, I believe you may be referring to the requirement under the building code. I think that's possibly where that's coming from. I think it's I'm not a building expert, but it's something that they require for most building permits to make sure that the building is essentially stable.
Thank you. It sounds normal, but I've never seen it in a report. That's why I was asking. When it comes to the time, I'll put the motion forward. I think this is very necessary. We need affordable housing. It's in a good area for that, and I'm really glad that we're getting more affordable housing in the community.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Okay, thank you, Mr. Room. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak their proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone that wishes to speak?
Yes, we do have one member of the public who had asked to speak, and that is Mr. Burdette.
Mr. Burdette, would you like to come to the mic? If you could introduce yourself and state your address, and you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Jody Burdette. I live at 4480 Bridge Street. I missed the opening presentation, so I just want to say that I was in favor of the amendments. That's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Is there anyone else here, other than the applicant, who wishes to address council on this proposal? Other than the applicant? No? Okay. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representatives.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mike Sullivan. I'm a planner with Land Pro Planning Solutions, representing the applicant. Read the report, supportive of it, obviously, and here for any questions the council may have.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Sullivan? Looks like we're good. Staff did a good job. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Lococo, you'd like to make the motion. Okay, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, and you'd like to add comment?
Yeah, Your Worship, I just wanted to say that it's a very efficient use of the land. I appreciate the applicant reaching out to the city in terms of the laneway. I'm happy that we were able to, come to an agreement because incorporating it into the design makes a lot of sense. So I'm happy to support the project, Your Worship.
Great. Any other comments of council? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, rolling along. Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit two 58-story towers of mixed-use accommodations at 6546 Fallsview Boulevard and a parking garage at 6503 through to 6519 Stanley Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on August 29th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to ask Mackenzie Cece, our Senior Planner, Current Development, to provide an overview and explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments. Welcome.
Thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2024-003 for 6546 Fallsview Boulevard and 6503 to 6519 Stanley Avenue. 6546 Fallsview Boulevard is located on the east side of Fallsview Boulevard, north of Portage Road. The lands are currently occupied by Oaks Hotel and associated surface parking. Surrounding land uses include a parking garage to the north, Portage Road and Embassy Suites to the south, lands owned by OLG, a tree moraine and Queen Victoria Park to the east, and Fallsview Boulevard and a parking lot to the west. 6503 Stanley Avenue is located on the west side of Stanley Avenue, south of Dixon Street, and the lands are currently occupied by a restaurant, hotel, and associated surface parking. Surrounding land uses include Dixon Street and a parking lot to the north, partially constructed structure at 6605 Stanley Avenue to the south, Stanley Avenue and a restaurant to the east, and a parking lot to the west. The parcels are designated tourist commercial in the city's official plan and are located within the Fallsview Tourist Subdistrict. And the applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use building consisting of two 58-story towers with a maximum of 60 stories to accommodate a roof feature at 6546 Fallsview Boulevard. The development would include a total of 1,140 hotel suites and amenities, 126 dwelling units, multipurpose space, various accessory uses, and 2 levels of underground parking. Further, the applicant is proposing to construct a 7-story parking garage at 6503 to 6519 Stanley Avenue to accommodate off-site parking associated with the mixed-use development. The development is proposed within an area of the city where high-rise buildings 13 to 30 stories are considered, and an official plan amendment is proposed to amend the height strategy and the official plan to permit the proposed building height of 58 stories, with the option of adding 2 additional stories. It's noted that an official plan amendment is not required to facilitate the proposed off-site parking garage. 6546 Fallsview Boulevard is zoned a site-specific tourist commercial zone in part and site-specific parking zone in part, and the applicant is proposing to rezone the lands to a site-specific tourist commercial zone that permits off-site parking and an increase to the maximum building height, eliminates the maximum lot coverage requirement, and establishes the location of the proposed buildings and requirements for a roof feature, a maximum floor area, and the number of loading spaces. Further, the applicant is proposing that the whole of the lands be considered for the purpose of calculating minimum lot area. 6503 to 6519 Stanley Avenue is zoned site-specific tourist commercial zone, and the applicant is proposing to rezone these lands to a new site-specific tourist commercial zone that permits off-site parking and an increase to the maximum building height and establishes a minimum landscape strip requirement and the locations of buildings and structures. Relief is also required to reduce the number of loading spaces. So this slide shows a site plan for 6546 Fallsview Boulevard. And the next slide shows the site plan for the proposed parking garage at 6503 to 6519 Stanley Avenue. And the next few slides are conceptual rendering. So this one of the mixed-use development. This one is the mixed-use development, specifically the podium and the proposed streetscape. And lastly, a proposed rendering of the 7-story parking garage. With respect to 6546 Fallsview Boulevard, staff support the applicant's site-specific request with respect to off-site parking, maximum lot coverage, minimum lot area, the location of the proposed building, maximum floor area, number of loading spaces, and establishing a roof feature. Staff also support the applicant's request to increase the maximum building height as modified. While the recommendation report recommends a maximum height of 198.05 meters and 58 stories, the applicant has since requested a maximum of 200 meters and 58 stories to provide some flexibility at the detailed design stage. Staff also recommend that the amending bylaw include a holding provision to require the submission of a quantitative wind study and a new transportation impact study, the inclusion of archaeological warning clauses, and the implementation of recommendations related to tree preservation. While the recommendation report also recommends the submission of a Phase 1 environmental site assessment and the filing of a record of site condition as part of the holding provision, these requirements are recommended for removal through consultation with the region, as they can instead be addressed at the site plan control stage. Lastly, to encourage timely development of the subject lands, staff recommend that the amending bylaw includes a sunset clause that requires the execution of a site plan agreement or receipt of draft plan of condominium approval within 4 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, with the possibility of a 2-year extension. With respect to 6503 to 6519 Stanley Avenue, staff support the applicant's site-specific requests with respect to off-site parking, building height, minimum landscaping, and the location of the proposed building. And as noted in the report, staff do not support the applicant's request to reduce the number of loading spaces from 1 to 0. With respect to neighborhood comments, the public information open house was held on June 13th, 2024. It was attended by 8 members of the public, and we have received 2 written submissions as well. And the following outlines the concerns raised by the members of the public and staff's responses. So with respect to the proposed uses, the applicant is not proposing to introduce new uses through the application and will be subject to the standard permitted uses of the tourist commercial zone. With respect to traffic impacts, the inclusion of a holding provision requiring this completion and submission of a new transportation impact study in terms of reference is recommended. Regarding misting impacts, staff note that the Niagara Parks Commission does not object to the findings of the MIST study. With respect to the perceived ad hoc nature of development, staff note that official plans are considered living documents and property owners have the right to amend them in accordance with the Planning Act, and that the city is currently undergoing their new official plan process, which will revisit the tourist commercial policies. With respect to easements, the applicant has confirmed that the development is not proposed on lands that are owned by OLG, and that discussions with OLG have been initiated to review the details of existing easements. And with respect to the phasing of the proposed development, staff note that off-site parking will need to be constructed concurrently to ensure that parking requirements are satisfied in accordance with the zoning bylaw. In conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment subject to the regulations and modifications outlined in report number PBD 2024-43. That council authorize the inclusion of a holding H provision in the amending bylaw. That council authorize the inclusion of a sunset clause in the amending bylaw, and a new recommendation that council pass a motion deeming the proposed changes minor and exempting the requirement for further notice, specifically with respect to the request to increase the building height from 198.05 meters to 200 meters, and eliminating the requirement for a Phase 1 environmental site assessment and a record of site condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Patel and then Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mackenzie. One of the questions I actually got from the residents, actually 3 people sent me this email, is this is a very large size development, and we actually have hotel in the place right now. So that hotel would have to be demolished in order for this building to go ahead. So how do we make sure as a city that the demolition happens 100% and the building gets built 100%? Because just around the corner on Stanley and Dunn Street, there is a hotel that's been sitting there for 23 years. So how do we prevent that?
Yeah, through you to the councillor. Through the site plan control process, we do collect securities. That provides us somewhat of a mechanism to ensure that construction is completed in a timely manner. And with respect to demolition, there's a similar process in terms of that as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So obviously, in addition to that, we've put the sunset clause in place. And the sunset clause that we've worked on with the development community for the hotel was 4 years. With the additional 2. So we do understand that hotel units take a little bit longer to go through the approval process. So, you know, we do have that fail-safe in place, and obviously we would remove that requirement. Obviously, they're not going to apply for a demolition permit until they're ready for construction. Obviously, that is just good business sense on their side. In terms of if it's demolished and they decide not to proceed, obviously we have a number of mechanisms in place, which Ms. Cece just identified, because again, they would be into site plan approval by that point in time with the securities in place. So should that happen similar to other sites, we do have securities in place to make sure the site is rectified in an appropriate manner, should we choose to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Ms. Cece. Is there some concern to have the environmental site assessed? Not all developments like this require an ESA. Why are we having one on this one? Is there concerns?
Through you to the councillor. So dwelling units are a permitted use as of right. So it really becomes a factor when and if they're introducing residential units. So in this case, there's still some uncertainty as to whether or not they will, in fact, proceed with the dwelling units. And so in this event, it would be appropriate to deal with it at the site plan control stage when, at that point, they'll know whether or not they're introducing that sensitive land use and whether that would trigger that requirement.
Okay, thank you. And then it didn't say about a number of parking spaces through the mayor to Ms. Cece, but it did say that it would be under the holding. So I'm going to go to the VRUs, 126 VRUs. We've talked about VRUs requiring 2 parking spaces, so that would be 252 spaces that would be needed just for the VRUs. Do we know the number of parking spaces in the parking garage right now?
Through you to the councillor. So they are proposing to comply with the 2 parking spaces per vacation rental unit, so 252. Those would be, 75 of those would be provided off-site within the parking garage. and the remaining of them would be provided on site. So there's kind of some overlap with some of the numbers because they have to provide 1.4 parking spaces for the dwelling units, and then on top of that, well, it kind of factored into that 0.6 additional would be factoring in for the vacation rental units. So they're providing majority of them on site, and then the remainder, 75 of them, within the parking garage.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I had regarding the traffic study, you're going to do that later. I've received a lot of questions about the traffic, the concerns about the traffic in that area. What if the traffic study says that there is an issue? I know there was talk about where to put a driveway in on a certain corner. What do we do at that point if the traffic study says that it is an issue?
Through you to the counselor. So based on what they provided currently, generally the understanding is that with some signaling modifications, they would be able to accommodate the flow. What the comments that came back from our Transportation Services Department indicate is that there's some underrepresentation potentially in the data with respect to the counts because of COVID and the international border closings and that. So they want to see some updated counts to ensure that it's accurately represented, but also what the study may not have factored in is some of the trip distribution with shuttles that would be going back and forth. So I think there's some detail that needs to be fleshed out through that study that that will indicate overall, you know, what the findings are in support of that. But in the event that it's not reflective of the development, or it's not in support of that, they may need to look at other mechanisms in order to modify the current traffic conditions in the area. So it might go beyond traffic signaling. Perhaps there might be other modifications, but
okay.
As of now, it seems that would be the scope of what they're looking at.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other, yes, Councillor Newestay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, actually to Ms. Dolch. In this letter from the resident that said it's an ad hoc builder that we lack planning, and I'm a little confused by that because we're replacing one hotel with another, and there's reference to we should be waiting for a new official plan for the tourist district. Through Mr. Mayor to Ms. Dolch, what would make a difference with this new official plan? How would that play into creating a difference?
Thank you, through your worship, to the councillor. So as we go through our new official plan, we are going to be looking at changes to the tourist core area. For example, the proposal in front of you, there's a height increase. As council notes, we've done a number of height increases in the tourist core area. The 30-story height limit no longer really is applicable. We'll be obviously looking to increase that, and it seems to be something we've identified as we've gone through site-specific development applications. So we'll be looking at things like that. As there's some changes in the nature of the tourist core area, sometimes we're seeing introduction of residential uses. We might see some changes to those policies in the tourist core to make sure some residential amenities are provided for. But in regard to this application in particular, I know the comments are that it's an ad hoc kind of, we should be looking at it more holistically. We have to accept any application that comes in before us and make a decision on any application. The official plan is a separate matter. That's something, again, we will be looking at the tourist commercial policies. They will change, you know, and we do know that height changes will be occurring in that sector. But that's really what's going to happen with the official plan at this point in time. We'll look at it holistically at that point, but it doesn't impact this development application.
Okay. So what I'm understanding you say is that this letter, that comment really doesn't have any bearing for us to consider waiting for an official plan, a new official plan.
That's correct. There would be no really change that I could see here that would happen, other than that their height might be recognized as permitted in the new official plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Ms. Ceci? Okay, we're good. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered speakers?
Yes, one resident, Mr. Burdette.
Okay. Mr. Burdette, if you'd like to step up, and again, introduce yourself and your address.
My name is Jody Burdett. I live at 4480 Bridge Street.
And you have 5 minutes. And you have 5 minutes.
Yep.
You know that.
5 minutes is a long time, actually. If I can point out something about the notice first, okay? You do say that third parties cannot appeal. It might be a little bit deceptive that you put on there, because if one of the parties that does appeal, anybody could still become a party and a participant. That might not be expressed the way that you say it. You just might want to clarify that, or check it out and clarify it.
Okay. I'll do
Okay.
that.
Ever since it was brought up that this administration lost all that money from the province about the new housing starts and everything, and I can't recall what the program was, but it was millions of dollars. I was trying to figure out how the administration could have done that.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, context. I'm
Are
getting
you
to it.
talking about the application today? Because this
Yes,
is just
yes, it
comments.
is.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm setting up the context for what I'm saying.
So the administration,
Okay.
meaning the,
Yep.
pardon me? No, we didn't lose any money. We weren't successful in our grant application, if that's what you're referring to, the Housing Accelerator Fund, the federal government. We applied to it, we didn't get it, but we didn't lose anything. We just weren't successful.
Okay, sorry, I interpreted it as not getting it as losing it, something that you could have
Yeah,
got.
if we had
Yeah.
it and we lost it, yeah, but we didn't have it.
Okay, difference of opinions, I
Yeah.
understand. My concern is that you guys are approving a lot of very high skyscrapers. This particular one is 30 stories, and they're asking for 60. I have nothing against the developers, okay? This is just in general, but it's this one here that's bringing it up too. This city has a problem with having skyscrapers completed. I don't know when the last one was, maybe the DoubleTree or something like that. Are you guys might actually be making a planning error by approving 60 stories, because I get the impression that a lot of these developers can't afford to build a 60-story building. Now, if this developer right now has the money, or thinks they have the money to build a 60-story, then that would probably suggest that they could instantly build a 30 and it would be done. But when you make the decision to change these levels of 30, which I don't know what the criteria was for that, maybe staff said, well, part of it is we understand that that's what society can support right now financially. But when you guys change it from 60 or 30 to 60, that's huge. I actually think that you're stopping that planning from happening on that property. An example, that 77-story one that got approved over near Stanley or whatever, I think I sent you a letter. There was a for sale sign on after that happened. Okay, I have a document here. Is there a way that I can present it to go up on there?
Mr. Clerk?
I have it on a UBS for electronic too.
Mr. Clerk?
No, that should be prearranged before you attend the meeting.
Okay, okay. What it is, it's a parcel register. Okay, and on here, it's one of the properties downtown over there that got affected by the zoning and the ministry order.
We have to keep everything just to this application.
I am. This is backing up. That as soon as that zoning amendment got passed, which is what you're trying to do now, pass a zoning amendment, some of those properties took out charges that were way, like right after the zoning was passed. So, like in the millions of dollars, compared to before that, it was just hundreds of thousands. So I kind of suspect that when these developers come in and they ask for they're not actually going to plan to do the 60-story building. They're using it for ulterior motives. And that's thrown in there that maybe that's why they're pushing it. But really, I got a funny feeling that these projects are not going to get built. And and that site is not going to get developed because you allowed it to go 60 stories. And Niagara Falls does not build 60-story buildings anymore. If you approved it at 30, there's probably a very good chance that it would get built and get built fast because these people would have the money to do it. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here other than the applicant who wishes, yes, do you want to speak to this? Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, I just want to say, I really don't agree with those comments. I mean, when I look at this project, I think it's exciting. It's exciting for a couple reasons. One is, you know, it's not just the magnitude or the location of the project, but I've always found Niagara Falls to be very unique. When you look at perhaps the accommodation sector in some other municipalities, larger ones like Toronto or Ottawa, it's all corporate owned. When you look at Niagara Falls, most of the accommodation sector is made up of local operators, and it's those local operators that continue to invest or reinvest in the accommodation sector. So to me, it's exciting when we actually get an application from someone who is currently a local operator in the accommodation sector. Not only are they currently an operator, they're also a builder in the accommodation sector. And in my opinion, they're part of the foundation of the accommodation sector. So I really don't agree with the comments that were made. And, you know, Your Worship, we always talk about Niagara Falls getting to that next level. This is part of the puzzle. When this project comes to fruition, it will bring Niagara Falls to the next level. So when the meeting is closed, I'll be happy to move the recommendation, Your Worship.
Thank you for that, Councilor. Yeah, Councilor Strange?
And thank you. And just to add that, their current hotel has 51 stories, so I don't see, you know, it's a big, huge difference.
Yep, no, appreciate that. Thank you for that. So if we have no further questions or comments, is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Before I get to the presentation, I do want to address some of the comments you heard from Mr. Burdett. So this developer has already developed a 51-story and a 33-story hotel in the city. So to suggest that they're not going to really build is false. If they wanted to build a 30-story hotel, we'd be here asking for approval for 30 stories. They want to build two 58-story towers, and they will build two 58-story towers. I'm not legal counsel to the city, but I'll leave it to your legal counsel to give you advice on the notice that your clerk provides, but I can assure you that no third person can shelter under an appeal and become a party at a hearing under Bill 185. So you can confirm that with your legal counsel. So I appear on behalf of the applicants, Hennepin Realty Holdings, Inc. and Hennepin's View, Inc. With me, I have the applicant's planning consultant, David Folletta from Bousfields. I also have some of the principals of the applicant companies, Mr. Frank DeCosmo and Mr. Giancarlo Filippelli. Before David and I begin our PowerPoint presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the positive collaboration we've had with your staff, in particular, Kira Dolch and Mackenzie Cece. The final form of the development before you this evening is a direct result of continued consultation and discussion with the city staff over the past 18 months or so, and the end result is an improved development. I normally, you've heard me say the word game changer. I'm not going to say this is a game changer. It is truly, it will be truly iconic, and it will truly be a world-class development, unprecedented in the city of Niagara Falls. Before I get to the presentation, I want to confirm that we do accept planning staff's recommendations as revised this evening on your screen. So please, when you do bring a motion, please do it in accordance with what was on the screen and not what was on the original recommendation report. If I can now move on to the PowerPoint. So if we can go to slide 2. So the agenda for this evening, there's going to be an introduction. We're going to discuss economic benefits, objectives, project overview, planning context, the proposal, and then we'll leave time for some questions. I will take it to the objective stage and then hand it over to Mr. Folletta. So moving on to the intro slide. There we go. So as you've heard, it's an application to amend the city's OP and zoning bylaw. We're looking to redevelop the existing Oaks Hotel and the surface parking lot on Stanley Avenue with a new 2-tower hotel, commercial and residential complex. There'll be 2 new 58-story mixed-use towers atop a 7-story podium with 1,140 hotel units, 126 residential units, and various commercial uses in the podium on the Fallsview site. At the Stanley site, there will be a 6-level parking structure which is proposed to support the development. Economic benefits. So it's estimated that there will be $900 million in private investment between equity and debt. Estimated development charges to the city from this project will be between $15 and $18 million. Estimated development charges to the region will be between $23 and $26 million. And the estimated contribution to community benefits will be $4 million. As well, it's estimated that the development will result in $10 to $11 million in annual property tax revenue in perpetuity. There will be 5 million on-site employment hours estimated for completion of construction. And once fully operating, there will be over 2,000 full-time and 500 part-time jobs created once construction is completed. And earlier this morning, I was speaking to one of the project managers, and he told me the amount of concrete that's going to be used for this project, you could build a sidewalk from Niagara Falls to Toronto, 4 feet wide. So that's...
We need new sidewalks.
Need more sidewalks? Well, you're going to get a really big one here. Objectives. So the objectives of our client and the development is to contribute to the creation of a complete community through the provision of more housing, commercial and hotel uses, street interest, and pedestrian-oriented and livable spaces at a transit-supportive density. Introduce an architecturally significant building that will contribute to the ongoing development and evolution of the city's tourist commercial district and internationally recognized skyline. And finally, to provide a new luxury hotel and commercial uses to grow the tourism industry and provide a significant amount of new jobs in the city of Niagara Falls. And I should point out that there is an agreement in place with a major hotel franchise. Next slide, please. I'll now hand it over to Mr. Folletta.
Thank you, Your Worship, council, staff, and the public. My name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bellsfields, and we're the planning consultant on the file. I will try to be brief. I can control the slides from here. Great. In terms of the site context, I wanted to just identify some observations. I think you're all aware of where these 2 sites are. The parking garage site is on the southwest corner of Dixon and Stanley. It's where the existing Frontier Barbecue and Smokehouse is, right next to the Days Inn Motel on Stanley Avenue. And then the hotel site is where obviously the Oaks Hotel is today. It's at the northeast corner of Fallsview and Main Street. And it's immediately south of the parking garage for the casino. Some observations. We know that the site has great access to transit. I think the staff report did a really good job summarizing, so I'll be very brief. It's in the Fallsview Tourist District where there's lots of amenities. And this is where hotel and mixed-use developments like this are directed. The surrounding built form is varied. And the one observation that I have as a planner and an urban designer is that this area is evolving. I think it's becoming a tall building context. We've seen sort of tall buildings continue to be developed in the area, and we're seeing a transition and an urbanization over it. And we're going to talk about sort of how the land use fits into that in a little bit. So with that, I will talk about a bit of the planning context. The subject site, as we know, is designated resort commercial. It's identified in your staff report. This is where sort of large-scale travel-generating uses are directed. Visitor services and urbanized commercial districts. So there's, the official plan was created in '93. When it was originally created, I think what's important from a context perspective is it also created a height map and it identified areas where tall buildings are directed. So this is basically an area where up to 30 stories is directed But what I think some of the comments we've heard today and some of the letters that we've received fails to recognize that the 93 official plan was written under a different context. So it basically allowed you to go up to 30 stories, and it really thought about bonusing. So previously there was bonusing, so you would be able to go higher than 30 stories, but then the municipality would be able to benefit, create some community benefits related to that. And I think the city of Niagara Falls did a lot of that, and there's a lot of great community benefits that were created from some of those developments that occurred. This is no different than a lot of official plans across Ontario. Our firm works across Ontario, and for example, in areas like Burlington and Hamilton, the downtown Hamilton secondary plan, for example, used to have a height cap of 15 stories. There's buildings up to 43 stories in downtown Hamilton, and that plan existed up to 2018. It was recently updated. As you heard Kira mention, your official plan is going to be updated. The heights are going to change, partly because the framework has changed. So that bonusing has changed. Now it's a community benefit charge based on gross floor area and unit counts. So I just wanted to highlight that for everybody. Some of the other elements I think you heard about was related to the zoning. We know that the site is already in a tourist commercial district, so the uses that we're proposing are already permitted. The modifications to the zoning are related to the development. So we're tailoring the zoning to the actual development. And then I guess some of the other comments. So we know that an official plan amendment is required specifically to increase the height. And we know the zoning bylaw amendment is specifically required related to built form performance standards to implement the proposal. I just want to highlight a couple of things about the proposal. I think Mackenzie did a great job sort of outlining what it looks like. I will say this is an award-winning Architects Alliance. It's Peter Clues and Blair Robinson, great architects. A lot of the towers in Toronto and across Canada have been designed by these folks, and they've done a great job. I think I think a lot of the feedback that we received from staff as well as the Niagara Parks Commission were really talking about the design and how it's really at a higher level. This is sort of a view of the parking garage, and then we just want to highlight some of the views in terms of what it's going to look like from different views across the city. And then in terms of the site plan, again, just really identifying how the site's really been designed to enhance the streetscape and really modernize the site. Right now, the site has a lot of parking between the street and the building, and what this is going to do is really urbanize those street edges and bring a new architectural element to the city. It's kind of a little bit difficult to see, but it's a mixed-use building. The podium is going to generate lots of space for supporting uses that are going to support the hotels, so banquet facilities, restaurants, and other commercial amenities. And then there's a component for residential apartment units. Some of the things you heard about that I do want to touch on, and again, I'm flipping through because I think you've all seen the package, but I do want to touch on a couple of elements. Overall, we're very supportive of the staff recommendation. Some of the comments we heard about traffic, and we know that there was a comment from a fellow about Main Street as being used by some of the residents in the area. It's a street and a tourist district. We know it's going to be used. I think the transportation study that we prepared overall had really strong recommendations and said that the surrounding study area will continue to operate at appropriate levels. It's just that when all of the development that occurs, that it's planned for this area, comes into play, we're going to have to start thinking about adjusting the signal timing and other elements. But I think your staff have done a really good job. They've recommended a holding provision so that when we get to site plan, we'll have an opportunity where the plans are a little bit more cooked and a little bit more detailed. We'll have that opportunity to really identify what, if any, additional transportation elements or upgrades are required. Very supportive of that. And then I think some of the other comments that I just wanted to address are related to the ownership. I think the staff report hits it, as well as the phasing. One of the comments was, are the two towers going to go up before the parking structure? The answer is no. The zoning bylaw, which your staff is recommending tonight, ties them together. So the parking has to be built at the same time, so you can't occupy the building until the parking is in effect. And I think those are all my comments. Oh, one last comment as it relates to rezoning lands. So you heard tonight that there's always worry about speculation. I think your staff have done a good job recommending a sunset clause, which will ensure that all of the effort that's been put into this rezoning will be capitalized on. So there's safeguards in place so that you're not going to have a hole on this site, and I think your staff have done a really good job recommending that. So those are my comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Patel and then you, Sting.
Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Falletta and Mr. Weka, it's a beautiful design. I would say spectacular design, and I'm going to use Mr. Weka's word. It's going to be a game changer for our city. If it's approved and when it's built, it will be game changer for our tourism industry and for our skyline. It's going to change our city for good. I'm very excited. If you go, so I'm excited to see this building. It's being built at where the old Oaks Inn was, and I believe everybody in the council chambers have been to Oaks Inn. Everybody had some connection to Oaks Inn. They were a great family. They were great community supporters, and then another owner bought it over from them, and they added, I think, a few stories on that building, and now you can only add so much. And I know it's kind of sad to see the old building go, but this is how we move forward, and it looks beautiful, and I think I'm looking forward to the beautiful future and beautiful building, so I will support this and I will second this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. We've got Councillor Newestang.
I just want to add to Councillor Patel's comments that this is an absolutely incredible refresh build at the brink of the falls. It is amazing, and we're very lucky to have developers invest in our area such as this. Our tourism core industry is so important to us, and it's amazing that we have this development. We haven't seen a lot of major investments in that industry for a while, so this is very encouraging for our residents to see this, and I believe that it's going to go forward because of the track record of your clients. So I want, through you, to thank your clients for taking the chance and investing in this project. An absolute, it's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Falletta? Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And, just kind of following Councillor Patel's comments, it's just, it really goes back in history. I know this is one of the oldest hotels, I think built in 1797 or something originally, and then I think something happened to burn down. But it's a lot of history here, and I think whatever happens, and you look at it, and is going to be iconic, and I think that's a great word for it. You got these twin towers and looking over the falls, and that's probably the best view of the falls you can possibly have. Originally, that was the only hotel along the skyline years ago. So it's just a very important part, and the history is just amazing. I think, and I read the letter from the OLG, and I just don't really understand it, because it should be very positive, because they're going to pack that casino. I couldn't imagine having all those rooms and them being against the development. So it's beyond my belief that they're against this, because I think it's great. It's walking distance to the casino, and they're going to capitalize on it like no other. This developer and the owners, they have a beautiful 51-story right now, and I know that they're doing this to build. They wouldn't knock down a former iconic hotel with the Oaks Hotel unless they were doing something magnificent, and this is going to change. It is a game changer, sorry, Mr. Vaca, but it is a game changer, and this, I can't imagine people are going to be loving to stay here, and I hope that when you do build this, because of the history and everything, we will hopefully memorialize the current or the past owners and the owners up to that point. I think everyone will want a chunk of that Oaks Inn, or a piece of that hotel, because the history just goes back to the 1700s. It's monumental, but I think it's going to be amazing, and congratulations, because it's going to be great. It really is.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this will be the tallest hotel in Canada, because I know Hilton is tallest hotel in Canada. So this will be taller than Hilton.
Taller than Niagara Falls.
I think Hilton is tallest hotel in Canada.
Through your worship to the councillor, there might be there's definitely taller buildings in the city of Toronto. I don't know I don't know if it would be the
Oh,
tallest
I
hotel.
believe
That's a
that,
good
yeah,
question.
I
I
think that would
will,
be the tallest one, I believe.
it would be great if it
Yeah.
is, yeah.
Thank you.
I believe when they built the Hilton, it was the tallest hotel in Canada at that time, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was in the 90s, right? It was
Yeah.
93, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, well, when they added on, made it 58, it was the biggest, but I think that was in the 2000s. But regardless, it's pretty big. The Hilton? No, I think there's taller in Toronto hotels, I believe, yeah. But I'm not sure. So.
I will check that.
But we will do that after we've finished dealing with the application. Is there any other questions or comments for Mr. Folletta? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Folletta. The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Patel, that we move the 3 recommendations. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and we've got it unanimous, and I'm assuming, Councillor Campbell, if you can hear us, I'm assuming that that you're with us, and maybe you can give us some sign, because I've been forgetting to go to you because you're online. Can you see? He's there, right? Yeah. So, Councillor Campbell, you just want to unmute for a second, if you're able. All right. Well, I don't know. I know he's out of town, and I don't know what kind of Wi-Fi service he has. So that's approved. It's unanimous. Thank you very much for your application. We're very excited to see the development, and it's going to be, I think, the nicest, newest jewel in the crown of Niagara Falls. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Are we going in camera now?
Yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, before we do, is there any other, is there any member of the audience that's waiting for a certain item before
Yeah.
we go in camera? That's all I just want to get them out of the way before we go on camera.
Is there anybody here for anything else on the agenda right now? No, I think not. Well, I mean, any applicant here for anything else? I know you've got your name on a couple more items, Mr. Burdette. Okay, so looking for a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Maybe IT can reach out to Councillor Campbell and see if he's, maybe give him a call, see if he's still available. All right, everybody, welcome back. We just finished in camera. We are now back in open session, and we are going to continue on with our regular scheduled agenda. And I believe, Mr. Clerk, we're at reports 8.1. Am I right? Okay. Sidewalk winter maintenance. And I understand that we do have Mr. James Stika in the house, dressed up to the nines today. And I'm going to welcome him to the podium, welcome him back to the city, and the floor is yours.
Good evening,
Director
everyone.
of Operations, I should add.
Yes, so for those of you who don't know me, good evening. My name is James Stika. I'm the Director of Operations here at the city. Tonight we're going to talk about a presentation about snow plow clearing for sidewalks. So I'm just going to jump right to the presentation. There'll be options to discuss afterwards. We'll present some options to you and our recommendation as staff. So do I have the driver's seat? We're just going to go to the beginning if we, here we go. All right, here we go. So we're going to talk about winter sidewalk maintenance in general, and then we'll present some options to you with our recommendation, and we'll open the floor for some questions and comments. So this is a pretty good look of a heavy snow after the sidewalk has been cleared. It looks like one of our plows has been by. You can see it's been salted, ice has been broken up. It's not totally bare, and I think that's something really important. Minimum maintenance standards, which is the regulation that we have to follow, doesn't require sidewalk to be totally bare. The snow and ice have to be addressed, but not totally bare, and that's something really important to keep in mind. So this isn't a James rule, a municipal works rule, a city Niagara Falls rule. This is the minimum maintenance standard, the regulation we have to follow with respect to snow and ice clearing. So a couple things to keep in mind. Like I said, it doesn't have to be totally bare. 8 centimeters is what we have to address within 48 hours, and to treat ice formation. So that's really important, whether it's on our sidewalks, salt. What we do lots of times too is if we get ahead of it and we plow it or pre-treat it, then obviously the ice can't form. The other part too is 1 meter wide sidewalks, and you'll see in a couple slides, and you may have seen it earlier just when the presentation was loaded. Our equipment can't handle a 1 meter wide sidewalk. Our equipment's too wide for that. Accessible sidewalks are much wider than 1 meter. We don't build equipment too small to do the upcoming sidewalk size. So presently we have 7 trackless routes, or we call them trackless, that's the brand of equipment that we use. 7 pieces of equipment, 2 spares that cover 200 kilometers of our 600 kilometers of sidewalk network. So it's about 33%, a couple decimal points in there too for the accounting folks. But long story short, if you look, main thoroughfares, tourist areas, schools, businesses, areas that are well traveled. We're going to use the word snow fighter. That's a word that the American Public Works Association uses with respect to those who are out in the elements, battling snow, ice, plowing, taking care of our infrastructure when it's during winter operations. So here's some of the challenges that we face. A couple big ones that we don't have a lot of wiggle room on. Things like the hours of work. We're only allowed to work a certain number of hours in a day. Mandatory rest periods. Aging equipment, like anything else, whether it's your roof, your furnace, or your car, the day you buy it, it starts to age and you have to learn to replace it, maintain it, and plan for the future. Obstructions, poles, and landscaping. I'll show a couple slides momentarily about what that's referencing, but if you imagine what you'll see now shortly is our sidewalk width, and if someone has a flower bed, hedges, retaining wall right up against that sidewalk, that becomes a challenge in terms of maintenance. This is the legal stuff, but long story short, municipalities have a duty to clear highways and sidewalks. So highways, don't think of the QEW, think of a road. Highways, sidewalks, and a state fit for pedestrian use. This state includes remedying snow and ice conditions. It does not require, like I said, to keep them free of ice and snow. They have to be usable, you have to be able to pass through them, but bare road expectation, bare sidewalk expectation, that's not in the legislation. So some of the challenges I was alluding to. So that would be a 1 meter wide sidewalk. As you can see, our plow, even on an angle, goes over the edge of the sidewalk. So if you imagine your boulevard there, you have a nicely trimmed boulevard, nice front lawn. If we take that piece of equipment down in front of your home, we're peeling quite a bit of that up. The obstructions I was referring to. So beautiful retaining wall, not conducive for maintenance with equipment. Very nice row of hedges there. Again, not conducive for sidewalk clearing equipment. Parked cars. We do our best, obviously, but we don't want to pay for paint jobs. We don't want to damage your vehicles. So we do the best what we can, where we can. Lots of times in situations like that where that car is covered, we may not even see it until it's too late. Curb face sidewalk, and I'll get to this shortly, but curb face sidewalk essentially is sidewalk that abuts the road. So if you think of a sidewalk without a boulevard, sidewalk on main thoroughfares, those are a challenge for winter maintenance. We have the equipment to do so, and you'll see shortly why we think we can kind of handle this and do some other stuff. So this is kind of the meat of the presentation, is the options for consideration tonight. So status quo, we do what we're doing last year and had been done for the previous number of years. Status quo plus curb face sidewalk. So if you think about that last picture I just showed you, main thoroughfares, busy roads, we would do the existing 200 kilometers of sidewalk plus the curb face walk. Expand maintenance to 100% city work. So we would bring all the work in-house, complete all that work ourselves. A partially contracted service, sidewalk snow removal with what we'll call a good neighbor bylaw, and then sidewalk snow removal with that bylaw with a supportive assistance program. What we're recommending this evening is the status quo plus the curb face sidewalk. We have the equipment to do so. We're already doing 200 kilometers, adding another 20 or so kilometers of that curb face walk, and that staff be directed to bring a sidewalk snow clearing bylaw, and that staff be directed to develop an assistance program in compliance with said bylaw. So kind of some of the details with respect to those aforementioned options. Status quo, we review routes annually based on schools, traffic, pedestrian use, bus stops, important parts to our community. It's only about 33% of our network in total, so 200 kilometers out of that 600 kilometers. We can budget for it. We know what it's cost previous years. We can do the same going forward. So status quo plus all the curb face walk. So it's an additional 20 kilometers of sidewalk. It's important to note that we generally like to keep our routes between 15 and 18 kilometers per piece of equipment. That's just something we can accomplish in a period of time. If you make your routes too large, we can't get through the route in a timely fashion. If you make them too small, then we're doubling up on locations or tripping over ourselves. Rough cost of a sidewalk plow presently, about $250,000. We do need another person to drive that. With any addition to the existing, what we're doing now, we do have to consider the sidewalk encroachments. These areas here that are the curb face walk generally don't have the retaining walls, the shrubs, things that people have spent their own money on. They wouldn't be impacted. We'd have to look into things like utility poles and work with those utilities, but those are things we can navigate around or plan our routes accordingly. There still is a high degree of risk associated with that, just because we're not touching 2/3 of our system, and it's just something we wanted to highlight. Expanding everything and doing all the work with city resources. It's a big ticket, requires a lot of equipment, a lot of resource, a lot of labor. It still will never include that 1 meter wide sidewalk, and those pictures kind of illustrated why. It does decrease our liability. We'll be touching every panel of sidewalk in the city. But like I said, it does come with a pretty big price tag. We're looking at 10 additional pieces of equipment that we'd need to procure in order to be able to accomplish this. We threw in the option of a partially contracted service where we maintain some work and the rest is contracted out. We don't know today how much that would cost. That's not even something a contractor would be willing to give us a rough number on without knowing how many snow events there would be, how often they'd be called out, overnight, daytime. there's a lot of permutations there, and it would be very difficult to get a concrete number on without putting out a proper procurement. The good neighbor bylaw. The 200 kilometers that we're doing today, we would still do. Property owners would be then asked to clear their snow and ice in front of their home or business within 24 hours of the snow event ending. It would be a phased-in approach. Year one would be education, where we'd remind people, public education, leaflets, door knockers. If we happen to see a resident out there, we would talk to them in person and explain why it's important to do this and what the intent of the bylaw is. Second year would be complaint-based enforcement, and then fines as per the bylaw. The other part I wanted to bring up while we have this slide up is this idea isn't unique to Niagara Falls. Many of our neighboring municipalities have this already. Municipalities across the province have this. It's just not something that we have presently. So we can still doing this, we can accomplish it with our existing forces. We can still accommodate growth and linkages between sidewalks, trails, and transportation options. And like I said, after the second year, there would be some fines in place for non-compliant properties, but we'd hope through the first year of public education that everyone will understand the intent of the bylaw and what we're trying to achieve. And the last option we call option 6. The same options as option 5, the bylaw, the education portion. Year 2 is where the fine structure comes into place, but also developing a supportive assistance program, helping people who would obviously meet the criteria of what the program asked for in terms of assistance. That's something that staff would come back with. We didn't want to just say seniors, we just didn't want to say those with disabilities, because there's a mix in our community. So making sure we kind of hit the right target with respect to who we can help and how we can help them is really important to us. And the other part too is using that Snow Buddy program. So presently there are 300 homes participating in Snow Buddies with 56 volunteers. Whether or not any of the options go forward tonight, the Snow Buddy program I think is a great thing for our community. Really important to help our neighbors. We talk all the time about, during COVID we stopped talking to people. Now's the opportunity to go and help somebody you've got next door, whether or not it's through a bylaw or anything else. At the end of the day, if you need somebody needs help, please go and help them. So we did talk about what that upset limit would look like, not knowing what a contractor, it would be similar to our Weeping Tile Assistance Program or the Rodent Rebate Program, where the homeowner would obtain somebody, and through the proper procurement and through the proper procedures, you would then be reimbursed up to an upset limit. And this is just what we're suggesting, but obviously just an idea right now. So I went through it quick, but I think what the really important points to hammer home are, with a bylaw, whether it's city staff performing the work or residents performing the work, we're not expecting, clear, dry, bare pavement or sidewalk. It's that 8 centimeters like the MMS requires, minimum maintenance standards. And I think through the use of city staff, adding that heavy burden of that curb face sidewalk where those roads are actually traveled more, the plow travels more, those are some more difficult ones to clear off, so we would use our equipment for that. And then using the community as a resource to clear off the remaining sidewalk, whether you do it yourself or help your neighbor out. That's why we feel option 2 plus those additional items will be the best fit for our community.
Okay. Thank you very much, James. We'll start with questions of council. Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions and then some comments. I know you just talked about not coming up with the definition of disabled or income levels at this point, but when I was reading the presentation, I was wondering what would be the definition of disabled? How do you determine that? Is it a government definition or is it a definition that we come up with through the mayor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I was good and I watched council last week as well, and I know this has been a topic of discussion in terms of what criteria we use for assistance programs in general. So I think it's important that we bring back kind of some options in terms of what that looks like. And when it is something like this, I'm not the expert in this in terms of what disabilities are what and what type of person can do what. So I think we engage those type of committees that we have and get that feedback in terms of what type of person needs that type of assistance.
Okay, thank you. I think our accessibility committee would be a good committee to work with on that. You talk about the Snow Buddies program, approximately 300 homes and 56 volunteers. I've talked with Marianne and I've talked with CSSN over the last couple of years trying to encourage the Snow Buddies. The last time I talked with them, and Marianne confirmed it, there's only 6 volunteers in Niagara Falls. So those numbers that were up there were regional numbers. So it's a little bit deceiving to say that there's 300 homes with 56 volunteers. There were only 6. And I asked them, like, why is it such a challenge to get the volunteers? They said they would like to deal with some of the students in the schools, but it's very difficult for them to go out first thing in the morning, do the shoveling, then go to the school. Then they might have after school. So it wasn't working out very much. It's a wonderful program. It's just very difficult to get the Snow Buddies in there. I really have a challenge with this bylaw. I know that last meeting we were talking about, our solicitor was talking about the city not being able to go onto private property and do things. I think now this is the reverse, that we're telling people on private property to go on and clean the city's sidewalks. I think the city should be cleaning them. Another question. When someone gets fined, if it's a tenant situation, is it the tenant or the homeowner that gets fined?
Yeah, why don't we get an answer to that question? And right now, Councillor, this isn't a time to make statements, it's just a time to ask questions.
Okay.
Once we've got a motion, then we're gonna follow our procedural bylaw.
Thank you.
That's what's dragging the meetings on, we gotta focus. So right now is questions.
Okay,
So there's a
question.
question right now, so maybe we can get an answer to that? Pardon me? Homeowner. It's the homeowner.
And is that the same with the grass?
Yes.
Okay, so it's homeowner, thank you. Those are all my questions for now, thank you.
Okay, do we have some other questions of council for James? So I've got a couple, we do, okay, good. Councillor Strange and then Patel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
They wait until I have a question, then they put
Yeah,
their hands up.
thank you, James, for the presentation. I don't really want to spend tax dollars on getting more or hiring staff or getting more equipment, and I think you'll just see their tax levy go up. I like the idea of the Snow Buddies. I just think the message has to get out there somehow, and I don't know how to do it. Maybe would it be a good idea? I know we did like to adopt a fire hydrant where you clear the fire hydrant where somebody in that neighborhood does it, and like if we have, say, was it 300 seniors or someone that needed,
300 people who requested assistance.
and would be that certain part of the sidewalk. I'm just wondering if we could get that message out there, and I don't know how we do it, to the schools so they can get hours and say, the time, what are you going to do about that? But if they can get there during some time and that goes towards their hours and goes towards that portion, that student gets to adopt that sidewalk for the year on an hourly basis or something like that. I think that seems more like a better idea. I don't know what you think of that type of idea. Just getting the message across would have to be with the school board and that, you know what I mean? And maybe, I don't know if there's insurance
So
or...
your question is asking if we have a better way?
Is that something that you think could be implemented?
I think engaging, through you, Mr. Mayor, engaging the community in anything like this, where whether it's young entrepreneurs, those who are new to our community looking for extra work, everyone talks about times being tough. This is a great opportunity for someone to go out and get a little exercise, maybe make a few extra dollars, or get their high school hours in. The other thing I wanted to do too, and it was in the report but not highlighted in the presentation, we did a survey last year, our snowplow drivers, and 88% of the 2 subdivisions they patrolled had clear sidewalks. So we're not talking 400 kilometers of sidewalks for our residents to clear, we're talking 12% of that, 12%. On average.
Yeah, and I think that would be amazing, you know what I mean? I think that would be something that hopefully we can implement with the Snow Buddies, and I think it would be a great idea, but I'll listen to other councillors about the topic.
So just to be clear, so you're saying, based on your example, 88% of the community already does their sidewalk? Pardon me? 88 already does it, it's only the 12% that aren't doing it right now?
Correct.
Okay,
So
that's
we
good.
surveyed 2 fairly large subdivisions, one north end, one south end, and through the course of last winter, 88% of the homes within those 2 subdivisions had already cleared their sidewalk in front of their home.
Okay, so we're talking a very small number. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Sacco. Are we just talking about clearing sidewalk or the whole driveway?
Just the sidewalk.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so $1,000 a year just to clear their sidewalk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't know what someone's going to charge, so
Okay.
that was kind of a guess. Some contractors, if you hire somebody who's a fairly large landscaping company, may require a minimum in order to secure their spot. Other folks who only will, throw me $10 and I'll do it. There's lots of different options out there, but without talking to a variety of landscaping companies and those who would actually do this kind of on their own, just kind of patrolling the neighborhood, it's tough to earmark how much it would actually cost per property.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the good neighbor bylaw. So are we trying, like in a bylaw, so are we kind of, fining neighbors for not being a good neighbor? We know where I'm going with that, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the idea in the name of the bylaw is more if you see somebody who needs help, go and help them. Lots of people, my home included, we have a snow blower. We'll just go up and down the street because I've got it out there already. Why not just go that extra 2 or 3 homes to the corner, to the mailbox? And then my neighbor did it the time after. So we all kind of take turns and we all pitch in. And that's kind of the concept behind that phrase of the good neighbor bylaw. If everybody just does a little bit, it's not too much for just one person.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, but the good neighbor bylaw, so for example, my neighbor's not shoveling the sidewalk ever. And so how is the process? How does the process work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the first year we'd educate. We would see that, or if somebody called into our bylaw department, education would be handed out to that particular home. From there, if the second year that same person decided not to shovel in front of their home, it would be a complaint-based fine. So we wouldn't be out there patrolling and looking. But if somebody kind of has had enough of it and they've asked their neighbor to kind of do your part and they're not doing their part, that's when bylaw would step in.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, one more thing. So if the neighbor is traveling for a week or so they are responsible to have someone to clear the sidewalk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that'd be correct. Assuming that someone would complain about it, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. It's nice to see James back in our council as well, Your Worship. Yeah, just a couple comments, Your Worship. I think the question first is, do we want to take the path that 100% of sidewalks are cleaned? And if that's the path that we want to take, then we really only have 2 options. We can go the bylaw route, or we can clear them ourselves. You'll see later on in the report that it talks about some municipalities have taken that upon themselves to clear all sidewalks in the municipality, and others have simply just passed the bylaw, and then they enforce it through their bylaw enforcement. We really haven't had that discussion of whether or not that's something that we want, is to have our sidewalks 100% cleaned. I think that would be the conversation, first of all, for us. But secondly, I just wanted to comment on the data that's in the report, and I always appreciate data that comes to us. But the data that we got, I know it said in the executive summary that 50% of the people support a bylaw. Later on in the report, it said that 47%, to be exact, support a bylaw. And it gave 4 different choices. I think if we narrowed that down, I think if people understood that you're either talking about the municipality doing all the sidewalks, and then that would increase costs, or you're talking about enforcing a bylaw, then that might make them think about what they're going to choose. Because some of the choices were, status quo. Well, we haven't really even discussed on whether or not we want to leave it status quo, or whether we do want 100% of the sidewalks cleaned. So I think those are some of the things that I would like to see come to us first. I don't know if it's possible to go back out to the public and perhaps rejig our survey and get some better data. But if people understood that those are the 2 choices, either municipality does 100% of it, and that would mean that costs would increase, or there's a bylaw that gets put in place, and the city would enforce that bylaw to make sure that people clean their sidewalk. Perhaps they would have different thoughts about it then, and perhaps the data that we get would be different. So those are my comments.
To that question, Mr. Sika, question is, so did I see in the report 2.5 million to do all the sidewalks additional?
That's correct for the equipment, Mr. Mayor. That doesn't include labor.
Oh, just the equipment.
10 plows times 250,000.
Okay, wow. So that's gonna be, I'm coming to you next, Councillor.
That's an initial cost, that gets amortized, right?
Right, so, and then, so what hit to the, do we have any idea labor, what that would be? Like, has anybody done that number to know the impact of the budget, Mr. Nicker?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So we would need to add 10 snow fighters in for winter maintenance services, and we don't have a labor force right now that is sitting and waiting to deploy. We take our sidewalk construction crew of 7 folks, and then they turn into our winter snow fighters for sidewalks. So if we are to maintain those routes and do daily snow fighting on sidewalks, we would need 10 additional winter-only staff. But really you're hiring full-time staff, so they would also need to be integrated into a full-time summer seasonal position. So it's 10 new trackless operators, which is a labor code we have. So we're talking about probably $750,000 of annual operating costs plus the fuel and the salt.
Okay, so we're talking at least 1% to the levy.
I would suggest it's probably around there when you add the salt and the fuel and the maintenance costs of this equipment, and then the amortization to buying the new pieces in 10 more years.
No, because where you're going, right? I'm trying to crunch the numbers.
It's what the city of Kingston does. Exact same amount of kilometers, sorry.
Yeah.
It's what the city of Kingston does, your worship. They have the exact same amount of kilometers of sidewalk, which is 600 kilometers of sidewalk. The city maintains 100% of the sidewalk. I just don't know that people understand that that's the choice when they do this survey. Because one of the choices was keep status quo. One of the choices was, bring in a bylaw. I can't remember what the other choices were. But there was 2 other choices. Sorry?
Clear off the sidewalks.
Yeah. There was 2 other choices. So they were kind of split like almost 25, 25, 25 each one of them. So a quarter of the people chose each one. I think if they were given 2 choices, we'd get some better data. That's all.
Okay, all right, pardon me?
Just in time. 5 seconds left.
Okay, oh, good, your time is up. Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really struggling with this, having us plow all the sidewalks, even notion, because we're dealing with increased taxes and we're fighting that. So if we're going back to this 88% that you told us, why would we go backwards? So if we've got we're working with our no, and if we've got 88% of our residents clearing the sidewalk and they're good with it, then incurring more tax dollars makes absolutely no sense to me. So we've got this 12% that we really should be focusing on. Why are they not clearing the sidewalk? How can we help them understand? Maybe that's where we focus on, so that we're looking at that. The bylaw, it concerns me, because this is just going to be a reason for people to start arguing with neighbors, and we don't want to see that. We want people to live nice in a community. I wonder if there's more of a way, and I think Councillor Strange talked about it, about this whole buddy system. Is there a way that we can incentivize people? You made a comment before, and I see it time and time again. People always, there's a snowfall, people will go out with their snowplow and help each other. So a good chunk of we're already doing things, so we have good citizens taking care of it. I think the focus should be on the 12%, find out why they're not and how we can handle that without doing bylaw hard enforcement or incurring a lot of tax dollars. But I do have another couple of questions. Regional road, like Lundy's Lane, so a resident who lives on a regional road like that doesn't fall within, is that sidewalk a regional sidewalk, or is that our sidewalk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's presently on our road already. So Lundy's Lane, Dorchester, Thoroldstone Road, that map that wasn't kind of all that rainbow colored map there, those roads are already covered.
The sidewalks are plowed. And is that regional then? So they're plowing those?
No, it's municipal, it's city
so
staff.
we plow those. Correct. Okay, so that's not an issue. And I guess that's pretty much it. So those are my comments. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
Just on a clarification, your worship, I'm not suggesting that we clear all the sidewalks. what I was saying was that if people understood that those were the two choices, I think the 47% of people that support a bylaw would move up to like 70 or even higher percent if those were the two choices they were given.
I think you're right. I think you're right. So I have a, yes, Mr. CAO.
Sorry, just to respond to Councilor Newstick's question. On the focus of the 12%, you know, the likelihood of that 12% is you probably have landlord properties, vacant properties, partially vacant properties. And those are all issues that we routinely deal with. And, you know, therefore, you know, Airbnbs that are kind of like, you know, landlord type of properties. So that is the one advantage of an enforced bylaw, because you can actually have, because normally the residents, the 88%, when you live there and you have your kids, you're doing your sidewalk, you know, you're doing your driveway, you're going to do your sidewalk. It's how do you get the, you know, and we have a lot of non-resident landlords in Niagara Falls. So this is another tool, because they're the same ones that we have problems with, frankly, with, you know, lawn maintenance issues in the springtime. So, you know, bringing a bylaw in does help enforce overall property standards, because if you own a home, you have certain responsibilities that you should live up to. So, you know, I think that 12%, there'll be seniors, there'll be a whole mix of them, but, you know, we do have a lot of absentee landlords in Niagara Falls.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how that 12% breaks down, and you're exactly right. So I know with my daughter when she was in university, they had to shovel the driveway, and they had to deal, the sidewalk, or the landlord had to do it. But they knew there's a bylaw, you're getting a fine. So they did it. Otherwise, none of the girls would have done it. So they realized that's the rule, and they're hard on them, even with garbage and recycle and everything. So, I mean, they know, and here they know there's no rules, so you don't need to do it. Especially with so many vacation rentals. They don't have to, so they don't bother. Yes, Councilor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Sika, when we were talking about 50 people, and we talked about the definition of disabled, I remember a while ago I brought in that notice of motion for the windrow. I think it's not just a disabled person living in the house. They don't have to have an able body who doesn't live with them. Because if they have able body who can shovel the sidewalk, I don't think we should be giving them the grant or reimbursement for it. So I think that should be the key component in there, that they shouldn't have any able body living with them. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to expand to what Councilor Strange said, buddy system. If we can come up with some kind of reward, like, you know, maybe breakfast with the mayor, or maybe just when we do volunteer.
Is that reward or punishment? Is that for the people that don't do it?
For high school kids, it's a big deal. No, but to be honest, for high school kids, it's a big deal. And when we recognize them at the volunteer awards, if we can recognize younger kids for giving back to community, I think we'll have lots more participation.
Yeah, thank you.
That's the way I think.
I like
Thank
your
you.
punishment. Your punishment is breakfast with the mayor. Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This new rule about not making comments when we should be asking questions, 5 of us just did it. We weren't asking questions, we were making
Well, no,
comments.
they were part of it, and sometimes I give you enough latitude to see where you're going with it, Councilor, and that's why a couple times I asked them, I said, so your question is? And that's why yours in the beginning, you were just saying your feelings about people cutting grass, you know, and the boulevard. So that's why I was waiting to see. You were going in a total different direction.
No, I was comparing grass cutting, getting a fine, who gets the fine for the grass, who gets the fine for the snow plowing.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to be a fair referee to get us through the meetings quicker. So what the point is, you have to ask questions, all of us, and we have to call it on each other. If you aren't, you're not following the procedural bylaw.
I do understand that, but there were some of us that just
Well,
made statements.
I don't know until you speak what you're going to say, Counselor, so I have to give you enough latitude, like I gave you enough latitude till I realized you weren't asking a question. We have to get you to the question. And that's why today we're doing the 5-minute, we're posting it so you can learn the system. That's why we're doing this. So do we have any other questions of our presenter? So I've got a question for you, Mr. Stika. First question is, currently, what happens if people don't cut the grass on the boulevard? So I know that Councillor Lococo suggested that they shouldn't be shoveling city property. But I'm saying, but we expect you to cut the grass on city property because the boulevard belongs to the city. So my question is, what do we do if you don't cut the grass and it goes 3 feet tall on the city boulevard? Is there any kind of a bylaw for that?
No, Mr. Mayor, not at this time.
Now, do we have rules like this in other communities if you don't maintain the boulevard?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, other communities do have rules regarding boulevard maintenance, property standards, as the CAO alluded to earlier. many municipalities do have, a snow clearing bylaw for sidewalks in addition to a boulevard maintenance policy or bylaw that enforces some property standards and upkeep.
Thank you for that. Next question I have is, what percentage of our sidewalks are too narrow to be plowed? Because I get the calls from people who say, don't plow my sidewalk anymore because you're ruining my sprinkler heads, you're ruining my grass, you're chipping my driveway. So what percentage, do you know approximately, are not wide enough yet?
Mr. Mayor, not at this time. Annually, we go and replace sidewalk through that capital program. So I think probably when the capital budget's presented, we'll probably have a number for you in terms of what's remaining in terms of that 1 meter wide sidewalk, the sidewalk that doesn't meet AODA compliance.
Right, okay. And then my other question is, one of your slides said high liability with 60% not being plowed. So it's high liability, although there are no rules or regulations that we have to plow. So the liability, just so I understand what that means.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we have to follow the minimum maintenance standards set out by the province. In that it says sidewalks and highways, so roadways, have to be maintained and for pedestrian use. That particular slide there spoke of, could be transversed, so you could actually walk through it. If it's not, then the municipality could be held liable for a slip, trip, or fall. So even though we don't have a bylaw requiring it and we're not doing it all ourselves, we do leave ourselves exposed by having that 66% of sidewalk that's not being touched right now.
Okay, so even though the majority of it, 90% of it, is being shoveled by residents, ultimately liability falls on the municipality?
That's correct.
Regardless, whether they do it or not?
Correct. Okay.
All right, so I think those are my questions. And the curbs faced sidewalk, you said that was 20 kilometers?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. So what is the direction of council? So this is the part where we get a motion on the floor, and then we can have discussion, not just questions. So, and then, yes, go ahead, Councillor Strange.
Mr. Mayor, I like the idea of possibly finding out how we get the message out if we know that there's 300 people in our community or 500 people in our community that cannot shovel their sidewalks. If we can reach out to the schools, to whatever, and maybe adopt a sidewalk to that person and how long does it take to shovel a sidewalk? Like 3 minutes? Like really? Unless you left it, if it was a blizzard, I could see it, but the majority of the time, it would take literally minutes to shovel a sidewalk. So I don't know if there's some way that staff can come back, and I'll leave it up to councilors too, if staff can come back with something where we could actually reach out, find out, first of all, and I don't know how we do that, find out who needs help in our community, whether it's snowbirds, but I think the snowbirds should get someone else to, if they're away in Florida, living their life, they should actually have that taken care of. But if somebody is disabled or just can't physically do it, and they reach out to the city and say, do you mind reaching out to your Snow Buddy program, and then maybe we have our own program, and then we can give them a cumulative hours, because they all need the hours at the end of their high school years. I don't know how many hours it is, but and do so. I don't know, maybe staff could help us out with, and I see Mr. Nickel raising his hand. Maybe he can help us out and think of some kind of way that we can get the communication out there.
So we need a motion from, yes, Councillor Newstag, and then I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, and then Patel.
Just to add to Councillor Strange, what if we add it, because sometimes students can't be always reliable, they've got activities or they've got schoolwork, they're sick, and then it leaves the resident down. What if we did community neighborhood buddy system? So I don't know how to do a program like that, but some sort of a neighborhood buddy that we're all here. So every neighbor, we define a neighborhood, and if there is anybody in that neighborhood that needs the assistance, then somebody can help, and maybe we help incentivize that taxpayer in a different way. So I'm not sure how that would work.
Breakfast with the mayor.
Besides breakfast with the mayor, but maybe a bit of a tax relief, because if it's going to cost us $1,000 to take equipment to go to do one senior's house here, a little bit of property, and then go across town over there, it doesn't seem like effective and efficient uses of resources. But if we can go and if we're identifying, we can figure out a neighbor who can actually help, but we incentivize them, say we'll give you a break on your taxes, which would be a lot less than us pulling on equipment and hiring more labor and fuel and all the other stuff that goes with it.
It's definitely more efficient if there's a neighbor Because it's the logistics of bringing the labor and
Exactly.
the equipment, that's the big thing, right? More than the work itself.
And right now, the way people talk about taxes, I'm sure they would say, sure, I'll take a 0.25% off my tax and I'll make sure that the 3 people here have something that we will plow their, and it's more of a buddy than a positive as opposed to a penalizing bylaw. Just
We
a
got
thought.
Mr. Nichol like to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that I can see why our current Snow Buddies program might be limited in its volunteers and its subscription, because we don't actually have the bylaw that would require people to do it. So, you know, if you're clearing the sidewalk because you want to walk somewhere, you're going to find a way to do it. But if you're clearing it so that your neighbor's child can walk to school, and there's no bylaw to do that, you might not be inclined to do it if you can't do it, because there's no incentive to do it per se. So I like where we're going with carrots and sticks, but I think the only way that the assistance program will work is if we have that bylaw or that stick. The other option that other communities, I just want to throw out there, have been successful with is designated some local community ambassadors, and the city would say buy them a snowblower, and they might go and walk around their community and do the neighborhood. And so you sort of help empower some of those community-minded folks to do some more work in their community. At the end of the day, though, those all cost some amount of money, whether it's an assistance or rebate program or a snowblower purchase program or shovels to the community. Right? We're talking about providing something at an enhanced level than strictly a bylaw like, say, St. Catharines and Welland might have today.
A gold shovel. Thank you. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Patel.
Thanks, Your Worship. Moving on to a motion, I think we need to do something. I'll move number 1. And listening to Mr. Nichol, number 3 is somewhat of a moot point if we're not going to move forward with a bylaw right now. I would like to see us come back with some better information. So perhaps number 2, instead of saying what it says there, can just simply say that, you know, our survey is a little redefined. And really doesn't, I think we need to explain to the public what the actual choices are, because I think in the survey that we did, you know, that's why we got the responses that we did. It was like a buffet of options, as opposed to, you know, would you like more tax dollars to go towards this, or would you prefer a bylaw? And then we're going to get some real data back. So that's what I would like to see number 2 say.
Okay, so 1, you're moving 1?
I'm moving 1.
Number 2?
And then number 2.
You're asking for a refined survey?
Exactly.
Okay.
And number 3 at this point isn't really on the table because we're not approving a bylaw, or a bylaw is not part of the motion. But I would imagine number 3 is going to come back,
Yeah.
like if a bylaw comes back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
what you're saying is after they do 1 and 2, then they can come back with data?
That's right.
And then we could relook at.
And I think we have some time anyway, because they're not talking about a bylaw for this winter season anyway. The bylaw would actually take effect in next winter season. So, you know, this winter season would be a bit of education just to the public in terms of, you know, a new bylaw coming, please start to clean your sidewalks sort of deal.
Is that what it
So-
was, or it was gonna be this year, but no enforcement this year?
Is that what it was?
That's correct. It would be the education portion this year.
Yeah, so they'd have it, but only
Oh,
education,
okay.
and next
So
year would
no
be enforcement.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Well, we still have some time then,
Yeah.
Your Worship.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we got a motion seconder, I'm looking for a seconder. Before I take any comment, I'm looking for a seconder though. Okay, got a seconder, yes, Councillor, actually, and I've got first Councillor Patel on the
I
list.
have a question about the motion, though.
That's okay, we're all gonna come back to the motion. No, we're gonna follow our procedural bylaw, guys, we gotta get on this program. It's
Okay.
nice to be polite, let's follow the program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Sacco, I know you said to us, you explained to us, but I just want to ask you again, why additional 20 kilometers of sidewalk cleared by the curbside?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so that would be that curb face sidewalk we talked
Right.
about. So there are certain corridors that we have that aren't maintained right now that are curb face sidewalks, so that's just kind of cleaning up that extra little bit of those busy roads.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Right.
Right.
It is a little bit harder to do, and those roads do receive more frequent snow plowing.
Right.
So for a resident that lives right there, they may have done it, and then 20 minutes later, we're there again because it is a busy road and requires some extra maintenance. So it's kind of this back and forth of you clear it, we push it back, you clear it, so we'll just take care of it.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually in favor of the bylaw because I would like to keep it even. So during the grass season, like during the summertime, we do expect them to cut the boulevard and keep everything look nice and clean.
And I think sidewalk bylaw would be, I was opposed to it until now, but I think it's a good to help bylaw because we're not gonna go and charge people, but it's just education first year, and second year, they won't even enforce it, that's what my understanding is. Second year, they give warning, and maybe third year is when they will start enforcing it, right, more likely?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so year 1 is education,
Mhm.
year 2 is enforcement.
Okay, so I think I still like the idea of the bylaw, so I would still I would still want to see what people will have to say, but I would still lean towards the bylaw.
You'll
Thank you.
still have a
I'll
chance.
still support the motion.
Yep. Councillor Coker.
So recommendation number 1 is the enhancement, and that is the $250,000. Am I correct in that?
Mr.
I'm so
Stika?
confused now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. In order for us to accomplish that extra 20 kilometers of sidewalk, we do need one more piece of equipment and one more snow fighter.
Okay, so that's 250,000. And I have a question about, in the chart at the very bottom, it talks about if $250 fine and $15 per linear meter of sidewalk. So if I don't shovel, I get a $250 fine and $15 per linear meter, but nobody's coming back to clean my sidewalk, the city's not gonna charge me. You've already charged me 15 and it still sits unclear? Is that what's going on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. Once we've levied the fine and the per meter portion of that fine, then we would have somebody go by and clear it, similar to what happens with the property standards and the grass.
So the $15 per linear, that's the charge that the city's getting?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not just the administrative, that's the charge to clean it. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions to the motion? Okay, so then, since we're done speaking, I'm going to say the same as Councilor Patel. I do support a bylaw, given the fact we're talking 12% of and I think the majority of that, I think, are either absentee landlords or negligent landlords, or, and then for that small percentage that are maybe unable to do it because they're disabled or they're too elderly, then we got the snow buddies or other remedies that are in the report, and I'm all for that. I really am. So I think, although the boulevard does belong to the city, it's our responsibility to cut the grass and you shovel the side. That's what a good neighbor does, right? So anyway, we do have the motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Strange, that we approve recommendation number 1. Number 2, that we come back with results from a further, more refined survey in the community. And then at that point, then we can revisit the idea of a bylaw. Okay, we're ready to go? Yes, Councilor?
I have another question. The 2 neighborhoods come up to 88% of people that are clearing it. What are the 2 neighborhoods in percentage to the whole city? Because that's only 2 neighborhoods of 88% that are clearing it. So if we take those two neighborhoods and then look at the whole, what is really the percentage? We can't say that 88% of people in Niagara Falls clear it.
No,
What
it's a
is the
sample,
percentage?
it's a
I know
sample
it's a
size,
sample.
like any survey, so it's not a scientific survey, but it's a sample survey, it's a sample, so I don't know. They try to be north and south to, go ahead, Mr. Civic.
I was gonna say, plus the city clears a third of the sidewalks also, so once you take out that third, you got 2 large subdivisions of the remaining, 60 some odd percent, so it is a pretty good sample of the remaining residential population. But
Okay, thank you.
And there's a lot of cul-de-sacs that have no sidewalks, right? And mine too. Yeah, exactly. So when you do that, it's hard to know. But maybe that could also be, part of the survey, Do you regularly shovel the sidewalk in front of your house? If you have a sidewalk. So it's good data. And maybe we even go a step further and get a scientific survey. It costs a little bit of money, but it's much more accurate. And it's not random. Because the problem is if you have a random survey, it's just whoever puts their info into it. It's not scientific. It's not accurate. It's just a sampling. So maybe that's maybe a way to go. Yes, Councillor.
I'm sorry, it's a draft bylaw that's coming. We're not approving a bylaw.
There is no bylaw right now
Okay, thank you.
on that. Yeah, not yet. Okay, we're ready to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so that's approved. Thank you for that. Is Councillor Campbell back on? No, he's not. Is he on? No, okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Stika. Welcome back.
I'll move the next report.
Okay, skateboard park improvements, 3 recommendations. that we spend $95,000 to do it. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Or you're for or opposed? Okay, Councillor Lococo's opposed. Sidewalk Cafe program fees, summer 2024. So there's a number of recommendations here. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, a couple of years ago, I guess, when bars and that were going through COVID, they look, and I saw what I thought was very, very right in the aspect that they were allowed to put up patios, and because businesses were, a lot of them weren't allowed to go inside, so I said, you know what, we're going to help you out. We're going to use the sidewalks. We're going to use this type of thing to help you out, help your business out, and a lot of people loved it and wanted to stay with it. And then we saw kind of that after COVID, the fees really increased, and I saw, and I was the one that brought this to bring it back, and I still think it's great, and you guys come down quite a bit. I think we're still at the highest point of the region a little bit, and I would like to see it go down a little bit more if possible. So as you know, the revised patio rate is still one of the highest rates in the region, and restaurants are still struggling. I would like to move that we modify motion number 2 to reduce the rates to $200 an application fee and $15 per square meter. And whether we want to do 3 or 5 years, 3 might not be bad, because then we'll be bringing the next council and they can review it after their first year. Might not be a bad, but I'll wait for any input, but I'd like to put that motion on the floor.
Okay, got a motion by Councillor Strange, got a seconder, okay, by Councillor Patel. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? You're opposed, Councillor? Okay, you're opposed to? Okay, you think there should be more? The staff report?
I'm confused because we were told that we need to deal with the recommendations that are on the report, and now a new one has come, so I haven't had a chance to go through this $200 because that's not what has been recommended.
Okay.
And in the past, we've said we have to deal with what's on the recommendation, either approve it or deny it, so.
So he amended just one of the 4 recommendations, number 2. So he felt we should be more in line with what's going on in the region around us, other municipalities, just to be competitive. So he's just keeping the number a little lower for a little longer. That's what it was. The only thing we didn't.
Yeah, I just thought for small businesses, and they've struggled through COVID, and now a lot of them couldn't afford the new fee for a patio. They're like, oh, well, I'm not going to do this because I can't afford it. It was like $1,000, and now they've gone down a bit. But I think the motion that I made with the $200 fee is comparable with the rest of the region. Now, I don't want to be the highest one in the region, so we can relook at it. And I said, I think 3 years might be the best. So it'll be after the first year of the next council, and then we can review it.
Yeah, we're down 80% in patios because it was just too pricey for them. That's why they just
I do have a question about the $400 shortfall. If people aren't applying, what is our shortfall? Just our budgeted amount for the patios? What's the $400 shortfall?
I'm not sure if that would be Tiffany that would answer that question. You might have to repeat that question. Or did you hear it? Okay. Yeah, that's okay.
In the report, it talks about a $400 shortfall, and I'm thinking if people don't apply, then we just don't get the money. Is the shortfall the amount that we budgeted for the year and we're just not getting it? Or are there other costs to it?
I don't know. Okay, Ms. Coach.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, obviously we plan when we get this, when we institute a fee, we plan for that in the budget amount. And obviously if we don't get that amount, or if it's reduced, obviously our budget fees we would reduce accordingly in the operating budget to reflect what we would hopefully receive. If we don't receive applications that we anticipate, then obviously we wouldn't meet the budget.
Thank you. Through the mayor, if we're working on 2025's budget, we haven't even put revenue in there, so if we make an amendment now, there wouldn't be a shortfall.
Yes, and also potentially there could be more applications, so maybe there's more revenue.
Well, I'm just wondering where the 400,000 shortfall is coming in, because it's saying that we're losing money, but if we make a decision now, it's not a shortfall for next year.
Right, it's a budget thing. Yep. Ms. Dolch, you want to? Oh, yeah, Mr. Dick?
Mr. Dick's going to respond to that.
Through the mayor to the council. If I may, I think there might be some confusion. The report does reference our original fee study that the planning department undertook a couple years ago, realized that we had a shortfall of over $400,000 annually in fees, but we have revised the fees since then. So I don't know if that shortfall is accurate. That was what occurred a couple years ago. Thank you.
Okay.
That's on page 2.
Yeah, Councilor Strange?
Yeah, and the whole thing is just making it easier and more affordable for these bars. They've been hit hard during COVID. So to get up and spend all that money, and there was so much red tape to go through to kind of renew these memberships. And now it's just making it a lot easier and just refining the fees a little bit.
Yep, okay. Well, we voted. I just wanted to make sure you understood. Yes, Mr. Ciego.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did it pass?
Yeah, it passed. We voted on it. Yep. Okay. All right, where are we? Aquatic services update. There are 4 recommendations. So this is in regard to Mitchelson. So number 1, we continue to operate the 4 outdoor pools. Number 2, closing Mitchelson at a cost of $100,000 due to the current condition. 3, that we start a public engagement process to determine the new feature to be constructed at Mitchelson. And number 4, we continue to review the city's indoor and outdoor aquatic service level for 2025. So, yes, Councilor Lococo, and then
Is this a good time for questions?
Yes.
Yes, because that last one, there was no questions, there was a motion, and there was no questions.
Well, there wasn't a speaker, right? When there's a speaker, it's just questions to the speaker. Then we put a motion, and then we have discussion.
But there's no speaker to this one either.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. So now we can have some questions of staff. So we're not, here's the question, here's what we want to do. Ask questions now, not make statements. Once there's a motion, then we'll make statements.
But
I disagree with this.
Right, I understand that, but the last one, we could have talked to staff, but a motion was put forward first and we didn't have
Well,
an
I didn't realize
opportunity.
Mr. Dick was here for that. I didn't know he was here for that until he got up.
Okay, so my questions are, when we look at the number of hours for 2024 and 2023, did we take into consideration that the hours were reduced for the pools that closed early? Obviously, there was going to be a reduction, and did we increase the McBain hours? I've had a conversation with Ms. Moldenhauer about some of these. Can she respond to that?
Yes, Ms. Moldenhauer.
Okay, through to the mayor to council. With the numbers that we have in the report, as far as closing early, we traditionally do close 2 pools early, and they have been in the past Buck and Lions. So that would be the same in 23 and 24. But what happened in 24 is we did reduce some of our evening hours at Buck and Lions, so that logically would be one of the reasons why they were slightly lower in attendance. McBain numbers, this year the pool was actually open for a week longer because last year we did close for a week of maintenance at McBain. And the FH Leslie numbers, you will see there's a very significant increase because we had opened up FH Leslie pool early in June, and the public really liked that. So we do plan on opening 1 pool up early again in June.
Thank you. So the figures that are in there don't take that into consideration. Another question for Ms. Moldenhauer through the mayor. By 2041, the region projects that we should have 2.13 pools. By 2041, how many pools will we have if we don't do anything with what we have now?
Third of the mayor. 2041, I would anticipate that we would still have McBain because, of course, we are making investments on a regular basis to our indoor pool. As far as our outdoor pools, the report in front of you tonight, we are recommending that we do close Mitchelson. So that, of course, would take us down to 4. If we did not put any additional dollars to help maintain our outdoor pools, I would anticipate that by 2041, we'd probably only have 1 outdoor pool, and that would be Chippewa Buck Pool because it's our newest pool. But in our 10-year capital plan,
With the approval, of course, of council, we would need approximately $250,000 each year to be invested into the 4 outdoor pools to keep them going until that time. And if we don't invest, we'd have 1.
Okay, thank you. I talked to Ms. Moldenhauer about what the standard is, because this talks about per person per pool. And Ms. Moldenhauer and I talked about the density of the different cities. If we look at the density of Niagara Falls, we're 210 square kilometers compared to St. Catharines, which is only 96 square kilometers, and Welland is 81. So we're plus double from the other ones. So to look at per person, there's a whole other way that we can look at it too. St. Catharines has a denser population. They have a pool. More people are going to go to the pool. We have a less denser area. Can we look at that and not a per person? Can we look at density to come up with a different model?
Through to the mayor, there are no true provincial standards for the levels of pools. Typically, it's based on comparables to other communities within their 5-year, 10-year recreation master plans. So it is flexible how we determine how many pools that are recommended for City of Niagara Falls.
And can you tell me how much it costs per person at the Boys and Girls Club for a swimming lesson and how much it costs at McBain for a swimming lesson?
So are you referring to the actual rate that we're charging?
No, the cost that we talked about earlier today. And very quickly, because we're coming up to 8
Yes,
seconds.
Yes. I will just say overall, I don't have a rate in front of me, unfortunately, at this
Okay, I
moment.
will.
Thank you.
$213.81 per person at the Boys and Girls Club. It costs for a child to take swimming lessons, and it costs $15.10 per person at the McBain Center. Just to give you an idea, we give $211,000 to the Boys and Girls Club, so obviously that per person rate that we're paying is a lot higher. So I want to keep that in mind when we're saying we have 2 pools in the south end, and what should we do with them, because the costs are completely different.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm sorry, I lost my spot here. Were you up next? No, okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, Councilor Patel.
If you're going to follow procedural bylaws, she can go.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor, in this report, we're talking about asking public for input for the Mickelson pool. So I would suggest if we are doing survey, we add into it, we have 4 outdoor pools. So which pools would this public would like to put money into to upgrade or maybe keep the maintenance going? And if they're willing to pay extra money, because Ms. Moldenhauer said that's $250,000 per year to maintain those pools. So is public willing to pay that extra money for the taxes, or they are okay to reduce the outdoor pools? I think we really have to put that out there before we can make decision during the budget time.
Okay.
So that's the suggestion I would like to put in there.
The other part of that is, would you rather have outdoor pools for 10 weeks of the year or indoor pools for 52 weeks of the year? That's the other question. Would we rather have an indoor pool, right? Because it's very limited. Yes, to that point?
To that point, a resident asked me where in the north end do we have land that we could put an indoor pool, and maybe Ms. Moldenhauer can answer that.
Ms. Moldenhauer?
Thank you. Through to the mayor. At this point in time, we do have limited city-owned land where we could put an indoor pool, because obviously you want to have it somewhere where you're on a major artery with bus access for your community, etc. So one location that you could possibly look at would be Kerr Park. That's just an idea. But obviously, if we were to construct a new indoor pool in the north end, we would conduct a full feasibility study to determine the best locations, and also to look at possible partnerships too. And I know council has talked about that in the past.
The suggestion was Fireman's Park, and Ms. Moldenhauer can comment on that.
Fireman's Park, at this point in time, there are limitations on what you, of course, can build at that location, and it is not on a bus route. So, in my opinion, it would not be a location that we would recommend.
Thank you.
And it's not it's also a challenge with the Escarpment Commission, because they would weigh in on everything. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I remember when we were at FCM in Calgary, there was a bunch of us there, and there was the one place who was actually offering more they're kind of getting away, and I think that's the way of the future, kind of getting away of the big pools. You know, we saw it with Mitchelson when we were there, and we brought a pool expert there, and they're just like, oh my God, it was, I can't remember. Do you remember how deep the pool was? I think, like, it was like 13 feet, or it was ridiculous. You know, even they were doing swimming lessons, they were freezing because you can never warm that water up that deep. So I think people are kind of getting away with from that and looking at more like a water park or water pads where they can actually, the grandparents or the parents can bring kids and they have little games and water fountains and stuff like that. They can run through and have a shaded area for the parents and grandparents. I think that's the way of the future, and that's the way it's going. I love the idea somewhere in the north end, like Kerr Park, where it's a little bit simpler. And I think Councillor Patel was with me in Calgary when we saw some of the different vendors that were offering these. They were really, really cool, and it's kind of like, you know, you can have some lunch, and you're watching your kids, and you know, don't have to worry about them drowning or anything like that, because they're just, you know, running through the sprinkler heads and stuff like that, and the cost was significantly down. I don't know if you looked into that, Ms. Wollenhauer, at all, but I know there was a lot at FCM, and maybe we can research that a bit while we're looking at a north end, whether it's back at where Mitchelson was, or at Kerr Park or Fireman's Park, or wherever it may be. I think that is the way of the future, and that's the way a lot of for insurance, everything like that, the municipality, they want to go away from those big, huge pools that they can't take care of, and it's such a big cost to the community and to the tax levy and the residents too. So I think that's the way of the future, where they're looking at just kind of water parks where you can bring your family, and it's more of a picnic area, and the kids can run through it and stuff. And to tell you the truth, I know people say, but in North End, I'd get you 1 out of 5. I know on my cul-de-sac, I think there's two houses that don't have a pool, you know what I mean? So I think, you know, in the North End, you know, one out of every 5 probably have a pool, you know what I mean? So to have something and you know, to spend that astronomical amount of trying to fix Mitchelson at over $1 million is just insane, and especially having a deep pool like that. So I think, you know, the future is in trying to have water parks, and maybe we can kind of look into that instead of having a big, huge pool, because it looks like every municipality is trying to do that.
So that's a good point. Now, Ms. Molnar, did we look at the ratio of people with pools in the Mitchelson area versus other areas? Remember, I know we had discussed that.
I don't have that as part of the report, but definitely visually, if you were to take an aerial photo of that area, you would see a significant amount of outdoor pools.
Yeah, a lot more traditionally in the north end than the south end, right? Yeah. Okay, so we've got here a suggested recommendation. Mitchelson's been closed for 2 summers now. So we're coming into our 3rd summer. It's going to be closed 3 summers now. So we all took a tour of it. We got to see. It's unfortunate, but it's ran way beyond its life cycle. So that's going to take millions of dollars. And the suggestion is for 10 weeks of swimming in an area where a lot of people have pools. So the suggestion here from staff is that we just make it permanent. It kind of already is, but make it officially permanent. That we continue to operate the other outdoor pools. And thirdly, that we have public engagement to determine what we replace it with. So the residents of the area of Mitchelson Park get some other amenity besides the splash pad and the tennis courts and the soccer. We'll have something else. And then lastly, that we review our aquatic services program. So that's the recommendations from staff so that they can move forward on it. And if you like, maybe we add in a 5th one, that we have staff come back with a study on the idea and feasibility of another indoor pool, permanent pool. So maybe they come back with feasibility of that, as you mentioned, Councilor Coco, at Kerr Park or wherever. So we're looking for...
I'll make that motion with the amendment.
Okay, motion with Councilor Strange and second with Councilor Newestag. Yes, Councilor?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to add a few things I added earlier, just to the motion, that, you know, public engagement to see which pools they want to see open in the summer. Like we have 4 pools, there's 2 pools have to be favored, because if you look at the usage, the 2 pools have very high usage compared to other 2 pools. I'm not saying we close them all, but the public's preference, which pools will they like to see us to put money into for maintenance.
Okay.
We have to maintain those pools, they are on top of the list.
Okay.
And also, are they okay to pay that extra money to have those pools open for 10 weeks, as we
Okay.
said?
Okay, so did we get that extra bit there, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah.
Okay, and Ms. Moldenhauer, you're good with that too? And is the mover and the seconder okay with the extra points? Sure. You're good? You're good? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we heard the motion, all 15 recommendations. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Mr. Clerk? Okay, so now we move on to the city homelessness costs. And this is just that we received the recommendation, motion to receive. Looking for motion by Councilor Patel, second by Councilor Lococo. Bless you.
Bless you.
That we received the report. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved.
Can I speak to it?
Oh, yeah, did you want to speak to it? Yes?
Actually, I want to thank, there we go. I want to thank the CEO for preparing this report. I think although it's difficult to fully access the costs as he mentioned in the report, I did want to bring awareness that there is a significant cost to our society because of these issues. When we look at the St. Catharines number, I don't know if I really go with the number we have, but there's somewhere between our number and the $9 million that in the report that St. Catharines has, which would equal about 11% of our tax levy, is quite significant. And I think the awareness piece is very important because I think the residents need to start to understand the cost of homelessness, drug addiction, and mental illness and what it's doing to our community. And with that awareness, we need to be able to speak up. When I was part of the Summer Street Committee group, they became aware because now it affected them, so they understood what these aspects have. So it's very disruptive. It's destructive as well as costly. And then when they came back and said, what do we do about it? I went to the CEO, said, what can we do? And basically was told if we don't have a shelter, then we have to have encampments. Well, that's not exactly a solution. We move Summer Street, then we move it to another area of the city. That's certainly not a solution because now we've taken one problem and did the other. We see our level of government, we're totally accountable because it ends up on our streets and we have to deal with it. However, what I've learned very clearly is that we don't have the responsibilities. The responsibilities to fix this or to start solving these issues really lie with our upper governments, our provincial government, our federal government, as well as the courts doing to enforce things. We're seeing people right now on the streets doing drugs and there's no consequences at all. And until it starts to affect people, they're not speaking. And I want to use this forum to start the awareness campaign that people understand the actual cost of what it's doing to our society. It's growing very much, and it's costing us from a societal point of view, a dollar cost from environment. Overall, it's just not helping us. And we're seeing it with tax dollars. So although the average person may not understand what this really is doing to our society, they're starting to see it with the tax dollars, of which we can't control because we have cleanups and just the policing budget and everything else. So I will be asking for speakers to come and speak so that we can start to have the conversation, start to hear, and the awareness campaign. We know that the only time things get changed when we want, stop drinking and driving and anti-smoking and the rest of it was to create awareness campaigns. So that's what I'm hoping we can do, and that the upper tier governments as well as the courts can start to hear it, because we have to have consequences and change. It has to happen as well. And I think one of the more fundamental changes that have to happen is the language that we use, that we're calling everybody comes under this umbrella of homelessness, and it's not fair to the people who really are down on their luck because, actually recently I just reappointed chair of the Main Ferry BIE. We did a walk around. We had the core unit, the police sergeant, 2 other police officers, our bylaw, our economic officer, as well as a homeless director from the region. So we did the walk around, and we encountered, of course, what we were expecting. So we had the people who were addicted on drugs, creating havoc in front of a business, the garbage that was there. The homeless director tried to move them along. One person moved, the other one didn't, created that. But what was really sad, we ran because we were near the bus stop, and there was a lady with her mom and her 3 children. And one of the 3-year-old wanted to see the police officer, so he went over and introduced himself, whatever, and the police officer was great with him. But in speaking with this lady, she said, We are homeless, and I take my kids out all day long, or we're riding the buses tonight. We're going to go spend the night, or up until bedtime at Clifton Hill, because we are put in a shelter, because they're homeless as well. And we're in with these other people, the people who are addicted to drugs and mental illness. And that's what my children have to see, because we're all captured under the same homeless umbrella, which is just not serving well at all. For people who are down on their luck, we really need to do more for them. That's something that is at our level, and I think we can control. But the other two aspects need to be separated, and we need to have better help for them as well. I don't think we can help them at this level. We need to have mental facilities, help where people, doctors, people of knowledge can help the people who have treatment centers for those who have addiction issues. Putting them all together and lumping them as homeless, and having these 3 children, young children, having to be exposed to this as if this is a normal way of life is just so wrong, and we need to really start speaking up. Another sad note about those 3 little kids, that she said they were in the homeless shelter at the Howard Johnson's this summer, and the 3-year-old wanted to played out in the parking lot and got hit by the car. Thank goodness the little boy seemed fine, but there's just something so wrong. So I'm bringing this up. This is the only way I see a voice here that we can represent the public, and we need to do more. I know we're trying, but we need to raise it to the higher levels, because we can't continue this. And when people start to realize the cost it's doing to our society, then they will. But I'm afraid it might be too late now. So with respect of consent of council, I'd like to be inviting speakers at every council meeting that are affected by this, so we can start this awareness campaign and start to figure out how we can get the people who have the responsibility to make changes. And I'm over my time. Thank you for that.
Close, though.
Okay,
It's close.
bye.
Yeah, it's close. Yes, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor, I will support Councilor Newsteig's recommendation. What I'm reading here, St. Catharines is talking about $9 million. We are almost $500,000. This is just the 2 municipalities. Could you imagine putting 12 municipalities in a region together? We are spending over $11 to $12 million of taxpayers' money just for cleanups. There is no return to it. We're not getting anything in return. And that's just a cleanup that municipalities are doing. Private business owners are spending their own money for cleanup. And this is just not fair to private business owners either, because they have to deal with this with their own money. And that's just not fair. Some businesses don't make enough money to pay someone to clean up. They got to clean up themselves. So I agree that we do need to raise awareness. And can you imagine if you put $11 to $12 million every year into affordable housing, how many houses can we build? So
I
I
just
think
want to point out to you guys, we're making comments again, and we're getting away from what we're trying to do. You're right. on everything
I
you're saying.
seconded her.
There is no motion, though. There's no motion. It's
Oh,
not-
I thought there
No,
was.
the motion we already voted on
Okay.
for the city homelessness costs. We already
Okay.
voted on it. No, and you're right, and I
Right.
know it's a big problem, and they're dealing, but
Right.
it's not what we're dealing with right at this exact moment. I know, because what's going on in your neighborhood, you're passionate with, because it's right up the street.
She had asked for the report as well.
Yeah, and you would ask for it.
It's all over our city.
Yeah, it is. It's horrible. It's horrible. And
It's here
and
too, on Queen Street.
it's everywhere. And it's not Canada only, it's all
Oh,
over the
it's
world.
international. It's
It's
absolute.
all over. It's everywhere, international, exactly. It's fentanyl and crystal meth, and it's unfortunate, it's
No
it's horrible.
consequences.
Pardon me?
There's no consequences.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
So, I'm gonna keep moving this along so that we don't get, you make good point, no, you make good
I'll move
points.
the consent agenda.
Motion to move the one consent item. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Newsteig. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that. Now we're at communications and comments of the city clerk.
I'll move 10-1 to 10.
Okay, I just, before I take that, I see Councilor Coco is gonna pull one, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 10.2, the proclamation from the library.
Okay, so why don't we deal with that one first? So
Okay.
we've got proclamation from the library.
Thank you very much. Canadian Public Library Month is October, and Public Library Week is October 20th to the 26th. And the library has customer appreciation gifts if you come to the library between October 20th and 26th. They will be giving out to customers at all locations postcards and library card stickers. So go out and support your library, get everything that you can. And I also wanted, and check out their special programming. A lot of times people don't realize what the library has to offer. And the second thing I wanted to talk about at the library, they're having a fundraiser on November the 23rd from 6 to 10 p.m. It's a murder mystery. It's a fundraiser at the Victoria Avenue branch. If you're interested, you can go on the Niagara Falls Public Library website for tickets. They're $50 each.
But nobody's actually going to get killed.
Well, I can't promise that.
Okay.
It's a murder mystery.
Okay, it's a mystery. Okay, and I see Laura Martin's here from the library as well. So, so now is that's you made the motion for approval of the proclamation, is that right?
If Laura would like to speak, can we make a motion for her to speak? I didn't realize she was behind me.
Oh, yeah. So, well, is there anything more to add than what you already added?
Just to please read the proclamation. It talks a lot about all the great things we do in the community.
All right, so that, I, Mayor Jim Diodati, on behalf of council, and Ann Andreas Jones, on behalf of the Library Board, do hereby proclaim the month of October as Canadian Public Library Month, and October 20th through 26th is Ontario Public Library Week in the city of Niagara Falls. And if we approve it, I will say, I do therefore proclaim. So motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? I do proclaim. So it's done. All right, we're good. Good work. So Councillor Pietrangelo?
I'll move, is it 1 and 3 now?
That's 1 and 3. 10.1 and 10.3. Seconded by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And we just approved fire prevention proclamation for Fire Prevention Week in October, and also resolution from the Township of Lake of Bays regarding provincial updates to the Municipal Elections Act. Did you want to say something like that, or no?
Just for 11 more.
Okay, so we're now moving on to communications and comments to the city clerk. Mr. Clerk, did you want to bring us to this part of the agenda?
Just for 11.1, we do have a request from a resident to address and delegate on this matter, and that again is Mr. Burdette.
Okay, Mr. Burdette, if you'd like to come forward. 11.1, Office of the Integrity Commissioner matter, Burdette, Reed Campbell, and there's an investigation report from the Integrity Commissioner and investigator with regard to the above matter. So the floor is yours, Mr. Burdette.
My name's Jody Burdette. I live at 4480 Bridge Street. Is Councillor Campbell present?
He's not, he was present online prior to in camera, and he's not right now.
Okay. I think it would be dishonorable and inappropriate for me to discuss this when he's not here, because he wouldn't be able to respond to anything that I could say. Would council consider just deferring it until a meeting when he's here?
I don't, it's up to the will of council for a deferral. I don't know that, I think.
That's an ask that I'm asking council to do.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, the motion here is just to receive the report from the Integrity Commissioner. Council has no authority here to change anything in that report. It's really just for them to receive it for information. There's no other direction being given.
I understand that, but my request was that I didn't think it would be honorable for me to discuss it while he's not here.
Well, I don't know that, I mean, he could have been, he was here earlier, and I don't think it's going to get deferred. I think it's going to be probably received.
I will proceed then.
Okay. So we'll start the clock's been starting actually until, so you've got a little bit reduced time.
The issue here is that I can't really discuss, anything, the Integrity Commission's decision, because I've actually tested his authority and it's pretty extreme and like godlike, and you can't challenge him. So I won't get into that. The issue, what occurred was that there was profanity that was used in a correspondence between a councillor and a member of the public. Okay. In the decision, the Integrity Commission sort of ruled that the councillor didn't say profanity in a way that was insulting. Okay. He just said profanity. Now, myself, I took it as not right, not appropriate that anybody, especially a councillor, corresponds with me with profanity. Okay, yes, it wasn't directed at me, but he actually used profanity during the conversation. Now, there's some ramifications to that, is that when I sent my initial email, which I won't bother reading to you, but I thought it was a very nice email. And I even sort of wished him good luck with his poor health, and I basically a nice way of closure between the two of us. And then he responded back with that email that is in the Integrity Commission report, which was, I didn't think was appropriate or nice. Now, that resulted in certain costs. You know, my closure email to him was free. His response cost whatever the Integrity Commission charged the city. And then my response to that was whatever you guys decide if I get a refund or not, or partial refund. Now, I think the issue would be is that obviously I didn't think that a counselor should be able to even use profanity in any conversation, not just directed towards somebody. So my recommendation, because the Integrity Commission's decision hasn't prevented that event from happening again, not necessarily with me or something like that, but anybody else could have that happen. The people around, the council members around here, I don't perceive them as people who use profanity when they talk to residents. The other councillor, well, there's actually an exception for him. I think he does, and he admitted that he does in the Integrity Commission report. Would council consider changing your code of conduct to not just have it where it says towards a member, but just kind of limit yourself that you can't use profanity when you talk to a member of the public, any conversation, correspondence, or whether, because this is what happened. It triggered a complaint, triggered a cost. If that was in there, then councillors who correspond with residents might realize that they shouldn't even use profanity, even though it's not directed towards them, because there are a lot of people out there who do get offended by profanity. It doesn't matter how you gave it to them, but once they see it, they don't appreciate it. So my ask is that you change that code of conduct where you kind of limit that they can't use profanity in correspondence.
Well, I could go to our solicitor if she wants to offer anything. What I do know is the decision from the Integrity Commissioner, who's an independent legal authority, said that the Councillor Campbell did not breach the code of conduct, and he dismissed the complaint under our current code of conduct. And as you said, he didn't direct any profanity at you. He used one word in a quote, in a saying, and you took offense to it. And I'd say it wasn't what he did that triggered, it was you putting in a formal complaint that triggered the investigation. And I don't know if you have any idea what's offensive. What's offensive is the cost. Are you aware of what the cost of your complaint?
No. Why don't you tell me?
Yeah, well, do we have somebody that knows the cost, Mr. Clerk? What's the cost of that Integrity Commissioner complaint, Mr. Burdette?
Yeah, that cost the taxpayers $9,791.
Yeah, so that's very offensive to a lot of people, myself included.
Well, that's fine. Like, as I said, and I think you kind of twisted it around, is that my email closure was polite and kind. And Mr. Thompson, or Mr. Campbell, did something that obviously someone else, it doesn't matter even if it was me, it could have been anybody else, and you would have still got the same result. But what I'm asking the council, and maybe it didn't come across properly, is that if the option for a councillor to use profanity in correspondence with something remains, this can still occur again. And that's what I was asking, is that you simply put it in there where it's not appropriate for a councillor to use profanity in any correspondence with a member of the public. That's not so hard to ask.
No, and I appreciate your opinion, and typically if the Integrity Commissioner thinks we need to change our code of conduct, he makes that recommendation to us. He didn't make any such recommendation, and he doesn't do it just for us. He does these all over the province. So he's got a lot of experience at it, and I guess he felt, for those reasons, he didn't breach the code of conduct. So
I understand
we can put
that.
it to, I've got a question, okay. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, I'd be willing to change it if he pays for what it costs the taxpayers. If he wants to pay the $10,000, I'll change that. We're not allowed to swear at each other in emails. That's no problem.
I know he's not saying that as a reprisal for me being a complainant, correct?
I don't know. I didn't make the comment.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Are
so
you?
I guess
I'm just saying that it costs the taxpayers $10,000 over something that was just so petty that it wasn't, whatever the swear word wasn't towards you, was part of a phrase, I believe. And the integrity commissioner found him not guilty.
Now,
So
when
I'm not the integrity commissioner.
Now,
He's paid to do his
there's
job.
an option for the Integrity Commission to make it vexatious or frivolous, and he did not. So my complaint is valid. For you guys to question that it's not valid, that's improper, or else he would have said that.
Your complaint is not valid, and it's been determined by an independent integrity commissioner. You made the complaint, we got the bill. So it's done now. We're going to be receiving this, and it's done now.
I'll make that motion to receive them.
Okay, thank you. So got a motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Strange, that we receive the report from the Integrity Commissioner. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous.
Okay.
So thank you, appreciate you being here. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
I'll move to adjourn.
Okay, motion by Councilor Pietrangelo that we approve, oh, do you want to pull one first, Councilor Coco?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 11.3 correspondence from the region regarding the incentive policy.
Okay, why don't we do that one first?
Okay, thank you. At our last meeting, there was a resolution from St. Catharines on our agenda, and it was under receive and file, and I pulled it. I pulled it and put forward a motion to support it, and council supported it, and we sent a letter to the region saying that we wanted to support St. Catharines' resolution. In the research that I did when I read that, I thought that the region was ending it and that was the end of discussion. What I didn't realize was that the region was going to be analyzing and going through all of the programs starting in October. So I don't think that there's anything that we can do right now because the letter's already gone. Excuse me. But I did want to update councilors that we did support it, and now what has happened is St. Catharines, Port Colborne, and Niagara Falls has sent a letter confirming that they would like to support St. Catharines, and the region has extended it to January of 2026 now. Excuse me. I just wanted to let people know about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll go back to you, Councilor. Okay, receive and file recommendations, I'm sorry, the communications and comments city clerk. 11 point. I'm sorry?
12.1.
We're at 11, are we at 11?
Yeah, no, I'm not on that one yet. I want to speak to that, but I mean, that came out of EAC, but we're on 11.
Yeah, we're on 11.
11.2 and 11.3.
Okay, so motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Newestag, that we approve 11 through 1, 11.2, and 11.3. Okay, and they are received for information. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. So that was our Integrity Commissioner report that we just spoke of. That was East Ferris Rural Ontario Municipal Association regarding the resolution for the municipality supporting rural Ontario. And lastly, the correspondence from the Niagara region that Councilor Lococo was speaking of. So that's approved. Now we're on 12. Councilor Pietrangelo and Councilor Patel.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. At our last EAC meeting, this was brought up, and what it is the Ontario Building Code used to have a requirement that any new home builds, a rough-in for an electrical vehicle charger had to be in the garage. And then it was taken out of the Ontario Building Code. It just seems like a step backwards in regards to the green movement. So what the EAC committee was wondering is, well, what they want to see is that we pass a resolution on to the provincial government, asking them to once again include it in the Ontario Building Code. I'm in favor of that, Worship, so I'll make the motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, so you're making the motion?
Yep.
Okay, seconded by Councilor Lococo. Councilor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I'm opposed to that recommendation because I remember that it was in a building code. This was around 2018 when the previous government was in power, and then current government came into power. They took it out of the building code because what it did was it increased the prices of housing. When they say that it costs us $500 to $2,000 for a rough-in, developers are going to charge $4,000 to $5,000. It just makes achieve housing too hard for some people. Some people are $5,000 short of being approved for a mortgage. What I would suggest is if somebody who's building a house, they want to put a rough-in for the EV, go ahead. Developers want to put a rough-in for EV to make their developments attractive, perfectly fine, but it should not be mandatory for people who do not want to use EV, who would never purchase EV, to pay for those EV rough-ins in the housing. So I believe that it should not be mandatory. Building code should be about the safety, not about the increase the prices of housing. I think our city, our councils, one of the pillar is affordability, and increasing prices of houses is not part of our strategic planning or strategic pillar. So I would not support it, and I think making it mandatory, I think it's just going backwards. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion to that? Yes, Councillor Strange?
You know, and I'm on the EAC, and I just think that, would it be possible, and I don't know if Councillor Peter, to maybe send it off to like the Ontario Home Builders Association and get their feedback on it, or something like that, to, you know, just to get their view on it, and whether they would want to have it or not. I'm on the fence too, a little bit, even though I'm part of the committee. I wouldn't, if someone's not willing to use it, and they have to pay for it, and like, what are they gonna do with that outlet? Plug their stove in the garage? You know, I mean, I just, you know, and I kind of agree, but I do agree, you know, to go greener. I'm part of that committee, but I would actually like to see it go off to the Home Builders Association to see what their kind of response would be to that, and if they would agree to it, because in the end, they have to agree to it anyways, I believe, would they not, to make this mandatory?
Well, I think the province can make their own decision independent of them, but we just ironically just had the Home Builders Association conference here for Ontario. We had 7 ministers from the province here as well for the conference, and it's not a bad idea, but we'll go to the mover and the seconder. I don't know if your thoughts on.
Yeah, we did talk about that, Your Worship, at the committee level, and I mean, our thoughts are that it's going to end up at the ministry anyway. Send it to the ministry. Obviously, the ministry is not going to make any decision in a vacuum. They're going to reach out to the people that are affected, that being the public and the Home Builders Association, but really it's their responsibility to do that. Your Worship, I think the issue comes down to the cost to implement one once the home is built is exceedingly more than what it is to just simply rough it in. That's what it is. So I know some figures were thrown around. I don't know how accurate they are. I know the figures that we were given at the committee level were that it's 10 times the amount to put one in after than it is to rough it in before. Again, those could be right, those could not be right. I think we send it off to the ministry. If the ministry wants to pursue it, then they're going to ask for public consultation from both sides.
Okay, yes, Councillor Patel.
I just have a little background. I kind of have a little more information. At the provincial level, I know previous government, Liberal government, did put this in the building codes. Then that was taken out by current PC government. And I do know, I think 2022, there was a private members bill was introduced to bring this back, and was defeated. And I do know there's another private member bill. I think that's a MPP from Oshawa introduced the bill to bring it back again before the parliament was out of session. So I think it will be coming to us eventually, that what happens to it. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions from anybody in regard to the motion? So we got the motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that is passed, and one opposed. Councillor Patel opposed. Okay, item 13.1, vacancy. Mr. Clerk, do you want to walk us through this one, please?
Yeah, I suppose just before we entertain the resolution and to get a motion from council, we do have a delegation request to speak to this item again, and it is Mr. Burdett. I think by suggesting that he be allowed to speak is providing a great deal of leeway, as our procedure does say for a delegation request. They should not be granted for matters that have already been decided by council. He has stated that he will ask council to alter the process of approving the appointee. So if you feel that the matter is going in the wrong direction, you could certainly stop the delegation.
Okay, all right. Well, Mr. Burdett, let's bring you forward.
Yes, my name is Jody Burdett. I live at 4480 Bridge Street. And I see the whereas, therefore. I was wondering if that could be amended, and you could put in let me see how this goes. There, something along the lines of, and to honor the person who gave Chris Dabrowski this opportunity, that would be Councillor Thompson, that Queen Street take his take his name as the honorable street name. And I know you have to be dead for that procedure, but maybe you guys could change that. And I would be willing to pay the cost for that.
To do what? Name, I'm not sure I'm following.
To amend this, saying that you're appointing Chris Borowski, but also I would like you to acknowledge that in honor of Mr. Thompson, that his name be made honorable for Queen Street.
Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I don't feel it would be appropriate to do that here. We're following the procedure laid out on the Municipal Act. I think that's a completely different topic that if this council wants to entertain under a different discussion, it'd be up to them.
Yep, maybe if you want to send something like that. So you're suggesting change the name of Queen Street to Thompson
No,
Street?
no, no. You have an honorable name
Oh, I see,
process.
honorary. I
Yes.
see. Yeah, you can send an email to council.
Okay.
And then we can consider.
Oh, I just thought that you might want to
Yeah. but in
honor
this-
him at the same time Chris ascends.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but we're trying to follow our procedural bylaw and just focus in on what the matter at hand.
Okay.
So if you want to send that email in, we can consider.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so.
Carrie wanted to say.
I'm sorry? Oh, Ms. Dolce, yeah?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention that the Honorable Street Naming Policy and Procedures is an application form that comes into planning staff.
Okay, so there's an application form through planning. Okay, good.
Motion to move the resolution?
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we move the resolution appointing Chris Dabrowski as city councillor for the remainder of the term. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Now, we go to ratification of in-camera. Mr. Clerk?
Am I supposed to make this clear?
Thanks, Your Worship. Council met earlier this evening for a couple of matters in camera, and the only ratification there is that there was direction provided to staff.
Okay, motion to approve the in-camera. Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Next up, we go to notices of motion and new business. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, do we have to worry about 13.2? Was there any resolution there, or was that under 14? Any idea?
Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, that 13.2 could be ignored. There's nothing there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, notices of motion, so I have a notice of motion, if you didn't already read it.
So that just goes on to the next agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be a motion for the next agenda. I'm just gonna read this really quickly, and then we'll continue on with, if there's any other notices, well, there won't be any other notices, but, new business, yeah, and then I'll do new business. Am I allowed to, could you want me, okay, let me just finish up here. Notice of motion regarding maintenance of city and regional roads. And this came about as, this has been ongoing for, years. We're always doing battle with weeds on islands and boulevards, and it's not just us, it's every municipality. But I think Niagara Falls, we like to, because of the parks, there's major contrast. So we take it more serious because we're a destination to millions of people, and many end up inside the city. So it reads as the following. Whereas Niagara Falls is a world-class destination, attracts more than 14 million visitors each year, and whereas visitors travel through the Niagara Parks Commission and have a high level of expectation of beauty and maintenance, and whereas the region and city are individually responsible for road maintenance under their individual jurisdictions, and whereas regional roads have a higher traffic exposure than city roads and therefore are more likely to serve as key access points to economic drivers such as hotels, restaurants, tourist destinations, and shopping centers, and whereas the region has established a consistent level of service for road maintenance across the entire regional road network, regardless of the unique characteristics of the local area municipalities, and whereas the region's level of service for urban commercial corridors in Niagara Falls is lower than the city's level of service, specifically with respect to the frequency of roadside mowing and the control of weeds along curbs and in medians. Therefore, be it resolved that staff report back on options, including impacts to the 2025 budget, for the purpose of accomplishing the following: an identified plan with an established budget that outlines a schedule of service at these arterial road intersections year-round, that the plan be carried out by City of Niagara Falls labor force, that the plan take into account input and a potential cost-sharing partnership with the region of Niagara, that the maintenance schedule, including spraying, trimming, and other means deemed necessary for a fulsome maintenance program, that the plan identify a consistent target level of service for roadside maintenance on urban commercial corridors at both the city and regional level, and it takes into account resource challenges faced by the city's Municipal Works Division to meet this target level of service on city roads and to increase the service levels on regional roads to match the target level of service of municipal roads. So that'll be for next meeting's consideration, and it goes along with, I think, Councillor Patel's motion for, help me with my property standards. Thank you. Couldn't get the word out. Okay, that's that. Now we're looking for new business. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two things. Yesterday was National Truth and Reconciliation Day, and when we were at the flagpole raising the flag, I met with Tegan Sirianni. She's from TELUS. She's one of the partners for that day, and she asked me if I've heard of the digital witness blanket. And I said, well, I've heard of the witness blanket. What's the digital witness blanket? TELUS has put together the witness blanket, so I'll explain what the witness blanket is first. It's a display of items and stories from survivors of residential schools. 60 Scoop, they're all displayed there, and what they've done digitally, because not everybody can get to see them, it travels across the country, they've put them digitally. So if you just type in digital witness blanket, you can click on each of the sections of the blanket, and you'll see items that were from residential schools. You'll hear stories, and she wanted me to bring it up because I think this is an excellent thing, and I don't think that Truth and Reconciliation should just be one day. We should be doing this on all days, and this is a good opportunity for us to click in and listen and learn and educate ourselves. So I wanted to bring that up.
Thank you for that.
And the other one was, last meeting we talked about the leak in the Welland River, and I said that I was having a meeting with Mr. Nickel and the MECP. We did. There were 3 people from the MECP and 2 staff people and myself. They reviewed with me what was happening in great detail, and a lot of the detail cannot be released because there's an investigation in the matter. But I did want to let the public know that I was satisfied with what our staff and our city is doing and what the MECP is doing as well. And once that investigation is finished, then we'll be able to figure out what is happening and then maybe be proactive that it doesn't happen again. And that could include the MECP, the city, and residents as well.
Maybe NECP for people.
Sorry, Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. The old MOE.
Okay.
The old MOE. But I just wanted to let people know, CHCH TV did send me an email, a text, and they wanted to interview me, and they just used some very fluffy comments. They didn't use what I really wanted, was to say that I'm satisfied with what the city and the MECP is doing. And again, we can't speak about what it is because it's in the middle of an investigation.
Okay, great. Thank
Thanks.
you for that. New business, Councillor Pietrangelo, then Patel.
Thanks, Your Worship. When we were discussing the sidewalk report tonight, there was an interesting comment that was made, and it was just in regards to boulevards. I was always aware that, there might be a couple properties where people refuse to cut the boulevard. I wasn't aware that the city actually had the authority to enforce that a resident cut the boulevard. Is that possible? Because I thought I heard someone say, well, do other municipalities have a bylaw that requires them to cut it? And then I thought the answer was yes. Did I mishear that, or is that?
I think so.
Is that possible?
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The city does not have a boulevard maintenance bylaw. So
Right.
property standards only applies on the private side of the property line. What I heard tonight was that there might be an appetite to bring a boulevard maintenance bylaw and a sidewalk snow clearing bylaw subject to the consultation we're doing together, so that, you know, we're increasing the good neighbor appeal to our neighborhoods. But as of today, we don't have that, and the city will do some active maintenance. My position on the matter is if you like to view your boulevard in a state of disrepair, you know, that's your prerogative. I don't think we want to spend too many city dollars on that, and hopefully folks take pride in their neighborhood and their boulevards and they maintain them as such. But we don't have that bylaw today, and cities like St. Catharines have it. It's fairly effectively implemented. It's just the same implementation as property standards. If it's long, we cut it, and we send you the bill.
Okay. I just didn't realize that municipalities had the right to enforce that.
Okay, you're good. Councillor Patel?
I think Nidhi wanted to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Pignardi?
Thank you. Through the chair, the reason why certain municipalities have bylaws that require citizens to participate in the maintenance of boulevards and sidewalks, it's properties abutting private lands, and legal definitions of property are expanded to include just those borderline areas, because they are seen as, you know, within the care and control of the property owner, just those abutting lands.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I have two items. The first item is, I think we all heard about what happened at the Oaks Park. This was last week or week before. There was an incident in a woman's washroom. There's some male was in a woman's washroom, I think, harassing people and families. I think there was an incident that happened at Oaks Park, and I'm sure you heard about that, and I got a few phone calls about it, and I know we had email from one or two residents, and they did ask for security cameras. So I just want to say, and in business, just the direction to staff, if we can look into security cameras in those kind of facilities where kids play, and just having a camera there, it just deters. People do not want to do the bad behaviors, right? So I think just having a security camera, just for even vandalism too, because nowadays we see lots of vandalism are happening out there. So I think that's just securing our property. So I just want to see if something's doable.
Especially security cameras are significantly lower in price than they used to
Right.
be, and they're significantly better than they used to be. Ms. Moldenhauer's going to weigh in.
Yes, thank you, through to the mayor. Yes, staff are aware of that, and Recreation, Culture, and Facilities, we are working with information systems to see where we could install the outdoor security cameras at Oaks Park. And the last couple of years, we have been adding more security cameras at our parks, at our pools. So they definitely do assist, and we make sure that we've got like proper signage too, just to inform everybody that the cameras are at those locations.
Thank you.
So that's great. So kind of direction of staff. Any other new business?
Yeah.
Councilor Patel?
Actually, I have one more new business. It's about hopefully maybe starting a pilot project for reintegrating homeless individuals into society. You know, when you look at the homeless people, they are on the street because lots of times it's conditions out of their control. Lots of them, they can't afford the house, they lose a job. Lots of time they're on the street because of something they haven't done. And there are lots of people who are homeless who are not on the street. They are couch surfing, they are living with the families, they are living with friends, and they are living in very abusive conditions too. And there are people in our region, in our city, we have what do we call bridge housing. So they are trying to transition. And what happens when you're trying to transition, they're trying to help them to find employment. But when you do not have resume, you don't have references, you have criminal record, nobody's going to hire you. That's the hardest part. So I would like to see if in our city or region level, if you can come up with some kind of pilot program to hire these individuals who are trying to get back into the society. Summer program, a municipal work area where they do not have to, you don't need lots of skills, but they can gain some experience, they can gain some self-worth that goes a long way. When people can value themselves, I think that goes a long way. So I would just like to see if there's something we can do, because we have resources. Private businesses do not have resources to assist with somebody who's coming up the addiction, somebody's coming up the street. So I want to ask Mr. CEO if there's something we can do, maybe in a very small level. If something works like that, then maybe they can move on to some private sector after they work in the public sector. And if we can help maybe 5 people in a year, if that succeeds in our city, and if other cities take onto the model, maybe region takes onto it, we can help lots of people.
So, but just before I ask the CEO to weigh in on this, which, I always advise people that come out of this kind of a compromising situation to start volunteering first, and show their abilities and their worth. And then oftentimes, I've hired people before for my own businesses that were first volunteering, and I realized they're really helpful, and then I gave them a job, and sometimes they got to start that way. It's better than a resume, is just to show.
Right.
And that's what I recommend to people, because not everyone will just hire you based on, you need an opportunity.
Yes.
It's like, so maybe I'll go to our CEO who does work with a homelessness
Right.
group at the region and see his thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll work with the region, see if we can come up with a pilot project, and we'd present it through the budget process, as we did. Project Level Up would be slightly different on that one. But I think as the other homelessness report, it's costing us one way or the other, is how I always look at it. So if we can look for different solutions, the current solutions aren't working very well. So anything that would be different is welcomed, I think. So we'll report back.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other new business? Motion for adjournment? Oh, thank you, Councilor Lococo. See, I need correcting too.
Otherwise, nothing actually happened.
Nothing actually happened. How could I forget? Councilor Peter Angelo.
For a second,
Okay, seconded? Yes, Councilor Lococo?
I'll second them, but I'm opposed to 2 of them, 2024-091 4th Avenue and 2024-092 4th Avenue.
Okay.
Thank you.
So motion by Councilor Peter Angelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading, seconded by Councilor Lococo with the opposition she mentioned. All those in favor? Okay, motion for adjournment? Councilor Lococo? Second by Councilor Patel? All those in favor? All right, thank you. We're done. We did it before 10. That's good. It's an